one of those weird. I know.
Oh, yeah.
It's so hard
Yeah, yeah,
because you also
She was
don't wanna
holding
make
it, the keyboard Good morning. So we're going to get started, just waiting on the drum to come on up. Just a reminder to everybody to sign in this morning so we can have a count, quorum count. Please sign in. Also, sign in right after lunch. Just a reminder. Sige ka dyan, Mas Gadik.
I was gonna tell Connie how to announce his last name. You want to do anything? What? They got chicken? If you want to eat it. Yeah, you never have about chicken? Do you know that video? That I'm talking? No. I gotta find out. Very. Very good.
Every scar belongs to you. Don't let darkness fill your heart.
Are you guys okay with the three of you? Okay. Nasta bihabanik anong kawit. But I think we're good to go with the three of you. So I'd like to welcome everybody back to day 2. Hopefully everybody got a good rest. It was a long day, lots of good discussion yesterday. And we've got a full agenda for today and tomorrow. So with that, we'd like to open, again, I'd like to invite Walking Bear to open today's session in a song. Following the song, I'm going to invite Knowledge Keeper Elder Terry Fiddler to come and open with a prayer. So for those that can, Baziguyuk, for those that can stand. Miigwech. So I'd like to invite now Elder Terry Fiddler to open with a prayer.
Bonjour, good morning, Tinakina. Mi magajana nakamangit mina manito, kawicha go akan sa kisaka. Paksanda wiche nongam. Miigwech. Shonya kamigo ndego, atik ndo dem, kinak de jion, beja gometeo. Kinakamin manito mina nongam ma. Kabito in ma, hendo in the mang. Kwek mam tinen shigan nego ge. Ik ken de man, maar ik te maken met Mita se ga goch minan manito nongam gag je bayak. Ogo skad zak ega eska mega essenik kewi no chimam nenda mod mitas ik ken de en se twena gok ma chan man ne kewi no ga kab moto wat. Mita se ga goch minan chikano en mata ogo skad zak. Egoge Wega mas sewat, kamat sewat, maat, pigon the monga wat, wat kiwet nung kagabesh wat, aoga makan, wat kchinamex being maat, eanaman nick nung gagishigan. This is a gachman on gabet muskozi in Jaminat, gabigan jap matsit. Ego skat the kiwet nung maat, eanamistwat, ego gachman manito. Jamina Tomskozi, Gavino, Wasaya, Bejago, Trouble, the Watchama. I got to go work the Nondishman and a guy's Kuni Watchke go betagna and a game out. Ektimagan Mangitakina. Where your Skadsak, give it Nungaya what. March, Yanmetwat, Machagego net, the Ben Megotes, commit to Sajagochman and Manitog, Skozi in Jamina Gavino. Wegek chag egan andaga gishawat. Chebaksen the mod giving up Gagon to gis to give up and Mr. Sejaga Gochman Manito, Kanavan Gawak chag. Mr. Sejaga Gochman Kina Ukmakana wet to give it nung ega gashtuad much bijot, the metamog. Give me what's the skitin manito, Kinagash when we unan manito. Nadamatuak nongam gagse bayak. Gabet chiminuak, kanjap matziak. Meagit dina. Awage mategan nongam gagi. Kimishum snan. Awategan gagi. Gagin nagamonch. Awage oskadsaga nagamot. The metmoge. Me migoch get a woman at tonum gagse bayak. Migoch.
Yeah, Miigwech, Terry, for the opening prayer. So again, we'd like to welcome everybody back. Before I turn it over to Connie, who's going to do a quick recap of yesterday. Just a reminder, it is a full agenda today again. We had really good discussions yesterday. We went fairly late. It's a pretty packed agenda for today and tomorrow as well. So as part of our obligation as the co-chairs, our responsibility is to keep with the time. So we do have many agenda items. So I'm going to ask that everybody please be respectful of the time allocation for each of the agenda items, just because it's so important in order to get through all of the very important topics. So just with that, if you can help us to help you get through the agenda. So, Miigwech. With that, I'll turn it over to Connie.
Bonjour, good morning, Gitennem. Mina Gishabaugen. Me to the opening song. So I'm just going to do a very quick recap on yesterday's meeting. So the day began with the Walking Bear opening the meeting with a song. And there was also an honorary song done for late Aaron Turbo from Arrowland First Nation, followed by a call to order and review and acceptance of the rules and procedures and adoption of the chairs and a review of the agenda. And there were a number of amendments made to the agenda. primarily to allow for a chief's forum both in day 1, 2, and 3, given the number of issues that the chiefs brought forth. We heard the opening address from the Grand Chief Fiddler, an insight into the 50th anniversary declaration of NAN, which is going to take place next year. Will be the 50th anniversary, so Nigani to think about what needs to be done when it comes to the declaration and reviewing the declaration. There were a number of presentations. 2 of the presentations are before the courts at this time, legal cases. We did have to move into in camera on the 3rd legal case action. And so there was a motion move to move into in camera. And for the afternoon, there were a number of presentations made, primarily updates on various issues that are affecting First Nations. One was the firearms buyback program, the effects of Bill 5, and those effects that are going to have on unmarked graves in our territory. Not necessarily those of residential school, but the opening of lands for development and how that's going to affect unmarked graves in our regions and in our areas. And then it was followed by a presentation on the comprehensive review of the NAN governance and management. There was a presentation made by Lead Simon. And then there was followed by the second generation cutoff and Bill S2. Just to remind you too, the group that's doing the comprehensive review are going to be available to delegates. They would like to meet, an opportunity to meet with chiefs to be able to have that input into the work that they've been asked to do. And it's a very short time frame. There's 6 months of work that has to be done in order for it to be brought back to the chiefs at Kiweu in August. So they are going to be available, I believe, today, and they're in the back, and tomorrow to be able to meet with chiefs. Ewinant Dagwek to hear your recommendations. And the day ended with prayer by we did have to go into in camera again, followed by the presentations briefly. And the day ended with prayer by Barney Baptiste and Terry Fiddler. So that was our day. It was a very, very, very good day of discussions and a lot of issues that are impacting our First Nations. And it's today again, it's going to be a very good day to make decisions for our people. So with that, I'd like to get right into the day's agenda. And we had a little rock, paper, scissors. And because I'm the oldest of the 3, I get to introduce the Elders Council. Adam didn't actually say you're the oldest, but I know he implied it. So with that, I'd like to open a day and invite the Elders Council to come and give their updates. And these are updates on the work that the elders, the women, and the Shkatsa Council are doing on behalf of NAN communities. Okay. Aja? Okay. Cheers.
Good morning. Gigawachimagok Nijak Chihak. Kita bagid naman umamit din si Kanuak Chihak. Eko da si Sedebwe. Kita nanakato in the makinanda gegunan. Genon kapim dax kamakan noom kagiskak. Eko da si Sedebwe. Pehtak anda gegunan nanakato in skategen. Eko gimawa chitamen nadan saw mina ki anamotama kegunen kegi mamit denjigan kegi nanagato in dagochban kanina ko jibak mo at kchihak. Kita tu chika te kakna ke kun ka kitwas. Ni na otse nganoabang kuman sibita maguyek. Igen wan ke kunen en kina nakatuen chika teken. Kino nganoabang kunoa andi ni kikishma chiutu ye ke kun. Eko tos ame chika pokta guyek. Ima andi ni kikishma chayek. One of the fundamental roles of the elders is to draw attention to the critical issues facing leadership. The responsibility of the elders is to bring forth matters of importance, not only to remind the chiefs and official representatives of their duties, but also to promote and provoke constructive dialogue on these issues. It is our observation that chiefs members are often overwhelmed by daily crisis. In responding to these immediate pressures, there is a risk that more fundamental responsibilities, those for which they were elected, may be overlooked. For this gathering, the Elders Council has agreed to draw attention to two matters that affect our communities and our people. The first one, administrative in nature, dealing with the Anishinaabe Nation, and the other matter on the political nature concerning our treaties, lands, and resources. This review was directed by the Chiefs Assembly. It is to review NAN's existing governance and management structure, mandate, electoral systems, and internal operational processes. The goal is to greater effectiveness, accountability, community alignment, and sovereignty. It is about strengthening executive council so it can more effectively carry out its political advocacy. One of the main issues identified in the RFP is the tension NAN has been working within for many years. On one side, there's the Canadian corporate structure required for day-to-day business. On the other side, there is the political structure that should reflect traditional First Nations governance values and First Nations sovereignty. This review is about addressing that tension in a meaningful way. What we are working towards is moving forward two connected but distinct structures. One is a federally or provincially incorporated services entity. This would handle government-funded programs, funding agreements, staffing, audits, and reporting responsibilities. The other is a sovereign Indigenous governance entity. This would be grounded in Indigenous law, reflect NAN's own political authority, and exists outside of federal provincial corporation legislation. It is also meant to be established under cultural and heritage principles. The overall goal is for these structures to be separate, but also streamlined and harmonious. The role of the Executive Council must be repositioned as strategic leaders rather than operational managers, with a clear separation between governance and administration. Their role should focus on vision setting, political advocacy, and nation-level representation, not day-to-day program oversight. Strengthening Executive Council means reclaiming leadership grounded in Indigenous governance values, not replicating corporate management structures. Executive Council should serve as visible role models of leadership for communities, demonstrating accountability, integrity, and cultural grounding in decision-making. Program delivery should not be default to political leadership responsibilities. Executive Council must be supported to operate in a forward-looking, proactive governance approach rather than reacting to crises as they arise. This includes developing systems that allow leadership to anticipate issues, plan strategically, and guide long-term priorities for nations. Strengthening this role also means ensuring Executive Council is well-informed, well-supported, and unified in advancing collective interests. The shift requires clarity that leadership is a shared responsibility, not concentrated solely in the Grand Chief, but carried collectively across Executive Council. Ultimately, the transformation supports a move towards stronger, more stable governance that reflects nationhood, not program administration. Elders' lens on the Executive Council. For the Executive Council, elders often describe leadership as those who listen first, taking time to hear from families, youth, and knowledge holders before making decisions. Strong grassroots roles are rooted in relationships, not titles. Leadership is earned through trust, humility, and consistent action. Elders highlight that effective leaders are those who are grounded in culture, language, and traditional teachings, using these as a foundation for decision-making. There is an expectation that leaders, with humility and accountability, recognizing that leadership is a responsibility to the people, not a position of authority over them. Successful grassroots leadership is reflected in unity building, bringing people together rather than contributing to division. Ultimately, elders see strong leadership as those who serve the collective good and the future generations, always thinking beyond immediate pressures or political cycles. The approach. The process is organized in three broad parts. The first is a comprehensive analysis. This means reviewing NAN's current legal structures, governance documents, learning from resources and comparable models. The second is learning and listening. This involves interviews, focus groups, workshops, and engagement with those who carry the governance knowledge and experience. The third is deliverables that deliver. This is where the findings are brought together into a practical recommendations, governance models, and a final report for leadership. Our key message: the work is to be guided by foundation, indigenous principles, and legal instruments. That includes the spirit and intent of treaties number 9 and Declaration of Nishnawbe Nation, UNDRIP, and the inherent right to First Nation governance and government. It is also about accountability and transparency to member nations while supporting and encouraging cultural practice. Overall direction is this review is about strengthening NAN sovereignty, transparency, and effectiveness by restructuring its governance foundation to reflect laws, rights, and aspirations of Treaty 5 and Treaty number 9 nations. It also creates an opportunity for broad participation so that people can help shape how NAN's political and administrative units operate in a stronger and more effective way. For a long time, NAN has to operate within the confines of the corporate limitations. This creates a space to begin designing governance practices that are more relevant, grounded, and reflected in indigenous ways of governing. We must be prepared to move forward toward an organization that is more dynamic, reflective, and rooted in the promotion of indigenous sovereignty. The expected outcomes include comprehensive final report writings, findings, analysis, and recommendations. It is also include proposed governance model, draft enabling policies, organization frameworks, implementation of strategies, and formal presentation to leadership for review. The formal review process will provide options options that may and will change from organization status quo. Do not be afraid to reconstruct status quo. The second item we wanted to bring is on the role on dealing with treaties. Context, treaties, and land and historical foundations. The Anishinaabe Nation territory comprises of Treaty 5 and Treaty 9. Nearly covers land mass in Ontario and a comparable size to the country of France. It is imperative we as elders remind our people, our leadership, especially our youth, prior to the arrival of the settlers, the people and the land had a unique relationship bound intricately by indigenous natural laws. Therefore, our ancestors entered into treaty covenants under their sovereignty under this relationship. Sovereignty was never tabled at treaty signing. Sharing of lands and resources was the intent and spirit of the treaty covenants. Yesterday, I mentioned about the 1969 white paper, what it meant and what it was. The intention was for the government to gradually terminate existing treaties. These efforts reflect a long-standing pattern, attempts to undermine the treaties and the nation-to-nation relationship that our ancestors entered into a good faith. Current concerns, today chiefs and councils are confronted with Ontario Bill 5 alongside the similar federal legislation under Bill C-5. These laws enacted by colonial legislative bodies continue the implementation of the taking of lands, rooted in a principle known as the doctrine of discovery. Bill C-5 and Bill 5 are presented under the language of national security and nation building. However, the intent of both levels of government is to circumvent treaty obligations and commitments. We state clearly, these actions represent an ongoing effort to abrogate, and that is to do away with, and derogate or to diminish Treaties 5 and 9. Our leaders and elders of previous generations passed on knowledge of history, spirit, and intent of the treaties. They also shared how governments have breached these agreements after they were signed. Today, as elders, we call attention to the reality that governments will continue to entice and cajole individual First Nation communities and people to accept opportunities that offer only limited and short-term benefits. The colonizer is still dangling beads and trinkets. We remind leadership there should be no sharing of lands and resources unless our people, communities, and First Nation receive a minimum of 50% of long-term benefits. Treaty 5 and Treaty 9 cover all of Northern Ontario. While the landmass differs in all the treaties and their adhesions carry the same meaning and intent. Our ancestors understood that treaties were meant to be mutually beneficial to the treaty holders. Today, governments are engaging in dividing and conquering strategies, often under the premise of traditional lands, using such systems as trapline permitting to advance their own interests. There are currently a number of legal challenges being advanced by the First Nations across our territory. These include such as co-jurisdiction and annuities that have been presented. The outcome of these challenges will have significant impacts and on the interpretation and clarity of the treaties, whether it be in favor of the governments or in favor of treaty holders. We recognize that there is no guarantees within the colonial legal system. While some decisions across Canada have been favorable, others have not been. Despite this uncertainty, these efforts remain critical in advancing and asserting treaty rights. The Elders Council puts forth the following recommendations for the consideration of the chiefs in direction. 1, establish treaty governance structure. Chiefs are directed under the leadership of the Grand Chief to immediately implement the standing resolutions of Chiefs Committee on Treaties or establish a treaty commission, Treaty Ogamawan, with appropriate mandate and resources. Number 2, engage legal and historical expertise. Retain experienced legal and historical professionals to support advancement and implementation of treaties number 5 and number 9. Too often, we have lawyers enticing matters of treaty to go to court without experiencing and knowing what they are confronting. Support ongoing legal action. We recommend that we respect and support the decisions of the chiefs who have chosen to pursue legal challenges on treaty issues. In closing, standing together in the spirit and intent of the treaties, when it comes to our treaties, we are guided by the spirit and intent. We carry a collective obligation to stand together. Our ancestors entered into these agreements with the understanding of mutual benefit, respect, and shared responsibility. It is now our duty to ensure that these principles are upheld, not only for today, but for future generations. Good night, amigos.
We got Wally McKay for the update from the elders. So the Elders Council is Terry Fiddler, Rosie Mosquito, Lucy Long, Peter, Barney Baptiste, and Wally McKay. Miigwech for your update. So at this time, I'd like to call the Women's Council representatives up.
Good morning, everybody. We're just going to take a quick second to introduce ourselves. My name is Alexandra Bridges, and I'm here as the representative for Waban Tribal Council at the Women's Council level.
Bonjour, April Kaiganik Nadejnakas, North Lake Nadunji. I am here as Q8 Nogomagonic's representation.
Bonjour, Rachel Nishnaba Ndishnakat and Nigazaganing Tsanandunji.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chelsea Tremblay, and I am here to introduce the rest of the NAN's Women's Council who are not here today. So we have Terry Fiddler sitting with the elders and Annie Matata Wabin, Chief Carla Duncan, Emily King, Myrna Quaidant, Terry Nolan, and Wanda Atlukin Sugarhead. And I will take us into our first slide.
Yeah, right here.
Oh, this thing? Okay.
Bring this down a little bit, please.
Oh, okay, thank you.
This is over.
This is.
Okay, green means go. Okay, so Women's Initiatives Department overview. The NAN's Women's Council has continued to play a key role over the past year in supporting and advancing the initiatives led by the NAN's Women's Initiatives Department. Through ongoing collaboration, advocacy, and participation, the Council has helped ensure voices, concerns, and priorities of women across the NAN territory are reflected in this work. Oh yes, here's our beautiful picture, all of our beautiful ladies here. You can see us standing. This was at our Women's Initiative strategic planning session. And that was very, very, really great. We had some great conversation and we ended up leaving with a beautiful artwork that we have accessible. So our first slide, let's go to the next one. Okay, thank you.
All right, so we're just going to give a quick overview of the Women's Initiative Department's activities in the past year. The WID has been doing care engagements, and Children at Risk of Exploitation is the CARE acronym. And essentially, it's aiming to gather community-informed data to assess the needs for Indigenous-led, culturally appropriate care units across NAN territory. 11 sessions have been completed, and a draft report is currently in development. And so essentially what they are is specialized teams of child protection workers and police that work with anti-human trafficking and community service partners to help identify, locate, and engage with children who are at risk of sex trafficking, and to connect those who have been trafficked with the supports they need, as well as investigating and holding offenders accountable. And so, the findings are really that there is a clear need to have Indigenous specific care units, and that they should be community based to ensure accessibility and trust of the supports, as well as the age mandate should be extended beyond 18 to support individuals at continued risk, and as well as having 24/7 available services, because obviously, trafficking does not operate within standardized hours, so we really need to have responsive dynamic care available. As well, the Women's Initiative Department has been meeting with Anishinaabe Ski Police Services, as well as Timmins Police and Thunder Bay Police, and trying to really just strengthen relationships through ongoing meetings that are focused on improving services for NAN communities, with particular attention to missing persons, human trafficking, and recruitment of First Nations women, to provide key recommendations to those services. And they're going to continue moving forward as well.
So the council has remained committed to supporting important days of recognition throughout the year by raising awareness, advocating for women and families, and participating in commemorable events and public education initiatives, including social media outreach. Looking ahead, NAN Women's Council has developed its own strategic plan to guide this work, ensuring continued progress on key priorities we present today. This includes addressing gender-based violence and strengthening the presence of women's voices at leadership tables, while continuing to advocate for the safety, well-being, and rights of women and families across NAN. So I'm going to bring us into the community safety planning and highlight the priorities that the Women's Council has heard and seen from our communities. So community safety means preventing harm before it happens. True safety is built through intention, connection, and planning. So harm prevention really begins with understanding what's happening beneath the surfaces within our communities. We know issues like violence do not exist in isolation. They're often connected to things like unresolved trauma, systemic barriers, and gaps in support services. Right now, we're seeing growing concerns around youth mental health, including suicidality, along with the increases in gender-based violence and substance misuse. These trends highlight the need for early proactive approaches. This is why prevention work is so important. It's about creating environments where people feel supported, where identity and belonging are strengthened, and where individuals have access to the right resources at the right time. It also requires intentional investment in culturally grounded programs, in community-led initiatives, in services that are truly accessible. For many of our communities, that includes the need for supports and treatment options that are closer to home and culturally appropriate. A big part of this work is collaboration, bringing together community members, leadership, service providers, and youth ensures that safety planning reflects real experiences and real needs. Prevention is not a one-time effort. It's something that we need to keep building, strengthening, and adapting over time. Another piece that's part of community safety is being honest about lateral violence and the harms that happen within our own communities. This kind of harm is often rooted in historical and ongoing trauma and addressing it requires us to look inwards as well as outwards. It calls for both compassion and accountability. We need to create safe spaces for open dialogue while also being clear that harmful behavior cannot be ignored. This includes challenging patriarchal practices and outdated ways of thinking that continue to impact safety and equity. It means holding one another accountable, whether that's peers, colleagues, or even at times our own family members. Community safety shows up in our everyday interactions. When we commit to be respectful, healing, and accountable, we strengthen the overall well-being of our communities. Violence prevention starts long before crisis. It begins in our everyday choices, how we communicate, how we support one another, how we respond to harmful behaviors when we see them. These actions may seem small, but they contribute to a larger cultural shift around safety, respect, and accountability. When we support campaigns, we are investing in education, in healthy relationships, and in breaking the cycles of harm. Real progress happens when we move awareness into action. That means listening to people with lived experience, supporting community voices, and strengthening partnerships across sectors. It means continuing to address the root cause of violence, including trauma, inequity, and lateral violence. Whether it's sharing resources, attending events, or simply checking in on someone, these small actions build strong, safe communities. Each one of us has a role to play, and when we act collectively, our individual efforts come together to create communities that are stronger and safer for everyone.
And so while violence prevention remains a critical focus, it was really important to us as well to bring forward, the need to recognize broader factors that are contributing to community risks, particularly growing impacts of resource extractions on the safety of our communities. The impacts from resource development are structural in nature, and they're widespread across northern communities in Treaty 9. The impacts affecting NAN membership as a result of development include both positive and negative consequences for our cultural practices and traditions. It touches employment, business, education, training, housing, childcare, social services, and infrastructure. Substance abuse and use, human trafficking, sex work, violence, crime and safety, and food and water security, among other things. It is absolutely critical to recognize that Indigenous women's social and economic status is changed for better or for worse if they live and work around extractive industries. We want to raise awareness that First Nations communities have much more freedom to alter, change, and direct resource development planning processes at various government levels and regulatory regimes, such as in provincial environmental assessment and federal impact assessment. This influence is becoming more important as the critical mineral strategy is quickly becoming the new reality of the far north. Questions that we need to be asking are, will there be positive or negative impacts to different subgroups in the community as a result of a proposed project? Is there evidence that suggests that development may impact diverse subgroups differently based on specific identity factors? Do the studies address different impacts? And do developers provide a rationale as to why potential differences are investigated or not investigated? Are there inequitable structures or systems within our own communities that may affect who participates in the impact assessment process, the views that are heard, or what information is considered? Have there been steps taken to create inclusive and safe engagements and consultation opportunities to hear diverse voices? Are baseline profiles of our communities available and disaggregated by age, ethnicity, sex, or other community relevant factors to support analysis? If they are not complete, what is preventing the data collection, and how can this be accomplished as soon as possible? We need to get a clear picture of our memberships to generate clear and solid data sets to inform decisions. While Ontario has committed to data gathering, to improve baseline information on violence against women in Ontario. There's really hasn't been substantive linkages or concrete data sets presented in any pathways to safety progress reports to date, nor have there been any direct statements that respond to issues of disaggregated data collection or critical studies of industry operation that is impacting northern communities. There's really not a lot of substantive data collection efforts in Northern Ontario, and I think that's purposeful. That there's really some new programs at Statistics Canada that are sort of trying to fill this gap, but there's really not a lot of studies done that are touching on Treaty 9 or Treaty 5 issues. And that really leaves a lot of responsibility to communities to lead those data collection efforts to make sure it's done in a good way. So there are issues of collection of detailed data on household and individual demographics. Additionally, there are issues that are specific to First Nations rights and interests, which would not adequately be captured by a census, and we need to have that completed. The lack of data is feeding into issues of impact attribution, and it's difficult to keep developers responsible for their impacts when we don't have regional health studies or completed community profiles. Without the data to support the linkages to social, economic, cultural, or health impacts of resource development, the status quo is maintained in its business as usual. Our communities at NAN need to generate guidance to characterize the distinctions between a benefit and a mitigation measure. There are no clear directions on what impact mitigation strategies would fall within what instruments, and there's a gray area about what should be part of a public impact assessment and what should be included in an IBA. This has negative consequences because we are unable to learn and build best practices between our nations to establish the best possible outcomes and resource developments that are impacting our people. We urge communities that are thinking about implementing programs like this to do so as soon as possible, as it could prove invaluable as we're drawn deeper into the critical minerals mining frenzy. There's a lack of consideration of supports that would reduce barriers to Indigenous women's participation in resource development planning and operational activities, including infrastructure and service constraints around childcare, education and training opportunities, as well as health and treatment supports. There's also a lack of evidence of mitigation measures that specifically include gendered considerations in the way that developers run their operations. Everybody has a responsibility to address MMIP. Everyone in this room would say they support violence prevention, and there's many excellent programs that are already underway. And so we're here to advocate that gendered violence is perpetuated by wider structural and institutional forces such as resource development operations, and the colonial regulations that permit developments are allowing access to our territories. Addressing these issues is a political process because there needs to be a shift in organizational culture, in ways of thinking and doing, and it requires an all-hands-on-deck commitment to address barriers that enhance women's representation in resource development planning via policymaking, agenda setting, planning, implementation, and evaluation. Leaders must recognize and embrace gender equity practices and challenge injustices, and to apply an intersectional lens to community planning. It is critical that leadership in both public and private spheres implement leadership practices that promote change. Leaders must define the purpose and long-term vision for equity in each project and generate commitment through building value, as well as fostering an organizational culture that embraces and values diversity.
Chief Archie just reminded me that I forgot to introduce myself. I'm so excited. My name is Chelsea Tremblay. Continuing with our slides. So our strategic priorities as a Women's Council for this next year will be 1, advocating for harm prevention. 2, building WID capacity to undertake special projects. 3, prioritizing and implementing the MMIP calls for justice recommendations. Campaigns for harm prevention would focus on social media posts and education and awareness raising at events, online and within our respective memberships. The council is resolved to support the Women's Initiative Department to acquire additional funding sources and build capacity to take on special projects that respond to community issues. We also discussed how the calls for justice have been addressed and are committed to prioritizing work and programs that advance NAN efforts to respond to the calls for justice. And this is our beautiful art piece that the lady had drew up for us. And it was just a really great experience to chat with the ladies and get this all out. So we call on NAN member communities to, 1, focus on violence prevention, particularly suicide prevention for youth. 2, MMIP calls for justice to inform strategic planning and governance priorities. 3, lobbying for the implementation of culturally relevant and localized treatment services for members struggling with addictions. Youth need to be given positive role models and examples of what they are capable of. They need to be exposed to positive and encouraging experiences. MMIP calls for justice requires everyone to engage in the issues and take action to keep MMIP affected families and survivors centered in efforts to implement programs and collect disaggregated data. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I didn't even flip the page for you guys. So sorry. Miigwech, thank you. I'm the word for that today.
Miigwech Women's Council for drawing attention to these critical issues in our governance structures and within our land. It is very important we reform our system. I was talking with Connie yesterday and we talked about the need for Indian Act governance structures to abandon the boys club mentality. And furthermore, the importance of recognizing our natural treaty law and our first law as being consent. It relies on the protection of our women and girls. So continuing on with our agenda, I'd like to call up, I'm having trouble saying their name. Oshkatzak. Is that good or what? Okay. I'd like to call up Oshkatzak Youth Council for their updates. Oh, do you have something? Yes? Okay, please go ahead. And please state your name and First Nation. Miigwech.
Chief June Black, Abitibi and Anishinaabe Nation. I just want to commend that women's group. They're really tackling some pretty, some core issues. And it's about time that we do that as First Nations. I'm so proud of that. I think we have great representation, not to mention that they're young and they're going to tackle these issues and they're obviously bringing them forward. Lateral violence, as we know, is running rampant in our communities. And that was one of the first things that we had to tackle in our community. And to know that our representative, that our former youth counselor is now on the Women's Council, she brings that experience with her to the Women's Council, which is going to go into all the First Nations. Data collection, again, is extremely important. That's one thing that we're doing. You know, I think when we go in and we're bringing on, we're embarking down a new program or project, one of the things that there is so important to have is your data, right? You gotta have that. And I noticed that that's such a weakness. We need to strengthen that. And I'm so glad that they talked about that because it is so important and we're doing that. Best practices, again, we need to do that. We need to share that with our First Nation communities. Let's bring that forward and you know, let's get healthy and let's get well. It's time. These young women are representative of that. They're gonna bring us to a better place. I feel that, I sensed it, and it's wonderful. Violence against women is still there. You know, we're experiencing that in Northeastern Ontario right now. Very sad situation. However, you know, that we need to wake up. We need to do things. We need to be better in our First Nation communities. Social media, they talked about that. That is a great communication tool. However, it can be very, very negative as well. And that we have to be mindful of. So if you see a negative comment, come on, comment something positive, eh? Like how we need to do that. Nobody brings the positive to light. Everybody seems to allow these negative, you know, social media posts to run rampant. And one of the big ones is that financial guy from out west there. I don't know what his name is. What's his name? McCarthy or something? Hans? Oh my goodness, I hope he doesn't come after me, eh? But anyway, I think it's great. You know, you talk about transparency, accountability, yada, yada, yada. And we all know that. But I mean, please do not paint a picture that we're all like that we're all in deficit and that we're all crooks, basically. You know, we're not that. A lot of us are hardworking. We're very honest. We're very transparent. And that needs to be said as well. I mean, you know what? There was a time where it was so unfortunate during COVID. That was such a hard time. I still think about that because I was newly elected and I had to get through that, and I did, and brought we did as a community and brought the community back up. But it was through a lot of hard work and financial. Like, who cares about entering in a little payment or whatever? Like, we're worried about the people's lives here. You know, and here there was so much funding coming left, right, and center. You know what? ISK wasn't even on top of it. So how can you expect a little First Nation to be? So, you know, that's what I have to say about social media. It can be positive, but it's also very, very negative, and we need to be mindful of that. Some people like that, eh? They like that drum on social media. I don't know how many of people you see scroll and scroll. But again, thank you to that Women's Council. You brought some really, really good issues to the forefront, and I'm excited to see where they're going to go. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Miigwech. You know, as you were speaking, I was reminded of a Cheyenne proverb I think about quite often, and it's we know our nation is conquered when the hearts of our women are on the ground. And I just want to leave that presentation with that quote. So I will be moving forwards, inviting Oshkar Oshkarzak up and to continue forwards with their youth council presentation. So please come forth.
Hey, Ani, bonjour. My name is Sierra. I am one of the new council members. I am the co-chair with Summer Wabas for the Oshkazak Council. And I just wanted to open us with some reminders. As the NAN Oshkazak Council, we are mandated by resolution from the Chiefs and Assembly to provide guidance and advise the NAN Chiefs and Executive Council, and to ensure the youth have a voice and in the governance of NAN. As per Resolution 1252, support for the NAN. For the Anishinaabe Nation Women's Council and Oshkazak Young People's Council, we have had a busy few months traveling to take part in community events and conferences, notably February 20 to 22nd, where we held our annual youth gathering, which brought together youth from NAN communities for a weekend with workshops in Thunder Bay. We focused on land, language, and legacy through the past, present, and future. During the assembly, we got to meet with youth from different communities to hear what they wanted from our youth council and their leaders. As a result, from these discussions over the next few months, we will be building a toolkit to present to the next Chief Assembly on how to get our council involved in your community to work with your youth and inspire them to become leaders and role models. If you are interested in learning more about them or inviting the Youth Council to your community, you can reach out to the Youth Council and Youth Initiative teams. Now I'm going to pass it to Summer.
Hello, my name is Summer Wabass. I'm a member of Webequie First Nation and I'm a co-chair of the Oshkosh Council. Another update we wanted to share with you is this fall, we reviewed our terms of reference document, which is about a 30-page document dictating how our council is governed, including a social media policy and code of conduct for all of our members. During this review, we all changed our respective portfolios that we have, and each advisor is responsible for their own portfolio. And as part of that role, will advise the Oshkosh Council and NAN staff, as well as the chiefs in assembly of the matters concerning their portfolio. We're here to work with you to ensure the youth voice is represented here. We're all regular NAN community members who most of us are in school or we have jobs, and we take leave from those roles to attend our council duties here, as well as for our portfolios. And so as part of our update, I wanted to share with you all of our new roles. Mine, of course, being chair. I'm also an alternate for the Ontario Youth Council, and I sit on the governance committee as well. And although we do all have specific portfolios, we're more than happy to talk to you about anything concerning youth and provide our input. And I'll pass things along to my fellow council members to introduce themselves, their communities, and their portfolios.
Wache, don't worry, I won't talk your ear off yet. Wache, Ramon Karakwapit, Nishnahaswun, Arobscut, Dostrin, Mixtototem. Hello, I'm Ramon Karakwapit from Arobscut First Nation. I'm a part of the Eagle Clan, and I've been on the Shkarazak Council for 3 years now. This is going to be my last Spring Chiefs Assembly. I think I have maybe one more coming up if there's a special Chiefs Assembly. But I also hold the NAN housing portfolio and also the Chiefs of Ontario Youth Council, so all from YPC. Migos.
Bonjour. My name is Alan O'Keefe. I'm from Casablanca Lake. I'm 22 years old. It's my first Spring Chiefs Assembly. Right now I'm managing a handful of portfolios. I can't name them all off the top of my head. Most important one to me is justice. I love anything relating to that. Currently, I'm taking police foundations at Confederation College. I'm missing school to attend this Chiefs Assembly, and I'm really honored to be here. That's all I really have to say. I'm gonna pass it along.
Wachie, Tisha Duncan Indigenous, Michigan Sakahikanink, Indonji, Mayangin Dodam. My name's Tisha Duncan. My community is Periskin Lake First Nation. I'm from Wolf Clan. I hold the NAN Early Years portfolio and the Crisis and Student Safety portfolio. Currently, I'm in Indigenous Education at Lakehead University. Yeah, I'll pass it on.
Sorry. Hi, my name is Braden, Braden Colley. I'm sure some of you guys recognize me. I was the co-chair the last Springs Chiefs Assembly. I started at NAN as a summer student in the summer of 2024. I was in the IT department, so I was pretty much in the background of things at first, but I guess I kind of moved on from that to the co-chair, and now I moved on from co-chair to being on the youth council pretty much. I hope my portfolios are and mainly education and social work. My apologies, lost it there, but yeah, I look forward to working with you guys. And I'm from Laxville First Nation, and yeah, forgot to mention that. Thank you very much.
Ani, hello everyone. My name is Catherine Jeremiah Genier. My spirit name is Little Bird in the Flowers, and I'm Bear Clan. I come from Missinabie Cree First Nation and North Caribou Lake First Nation. I'm part of the Oshkosh Council. where my primary portfolio is the Timmins representative for youth programming. My secondary portfolios are social services, crisis and student safety, and reclamation and healing and men's healing. I also sit on multiple youth councils and advisory groups across Turtle Island, and I'm very grateful to be here with all of you. Miigwech.
Hello, my name is Cohen Madness. I come from Lac Seul and Constance Lake First Nation. I hold the portfolios of health transformation, social services, special initiatives, and treaty. Yesterday when I spoke, it was, I just kind of want to remind everybody, to remind NAN, to remind our leadership, to remind our communities that our role as the Oshkoshak Youth Council is an advisory body. We're a separate entity from NAN. We represent the youth. We don't represent NAN. We represent the youth of 49 First Nations. And youth make up half the population within NAN. And we have many opportunities to speak to our youth. And as Oshkoshak Council, I think our community should be utilizing us more. We should be involved in these conversations and these chiefs committees because our youth, the youth feel comfortable coming up to us. And a lot of our young people felt comfortable coming to us at our youth gathering. I'm so grateful that we have a team at the Youth Initiatives Department who are willing to support us in anything that we do in hosting a youth gathering to get all of I think the number is we have the capacity for 100 youth across NAN territory who are able to network and communicate with us and share their concerns and opinions. And we would like more opportunities to speak to our youth. We don't have that opportunity within NAN because of the codes of conduct, the policies, and we have to be invited into communities in order to work with youth, to speak to youth. It is the communities that have to extend that invitation towards us. And I'm not sure, I don't think that many people know that we have, it is our role, our responsibility to represent our youth within these platforms. And yesterday during our in-camera session was just a snippet of the treatment the Oshkoshak receives within this corporation. We have been battling with these policies, with these codes of conduct, with these changes of communication. And I am tired of it. I'm tired of my role being threatened every time I speak up for our youth, every time I do my job in this corporation. And I want to quit. This place is so corrupt, and I want to quit. But if I leave, and if we leave, who will do that work? Who will speak for our youth? Our youth who feel so comfortable coming to us to express the challenges they face on reserve. One of the things that have been sticking with me in our youth gathering in February was we did a what leadership means to us, to our youth. And one of the sticky notes that we received was, I'm tired of waiting to die. And this is the conversations that we have with our youth. They come to us with all this. And that places such a heavy pressure on our shoulders. It's a heavy responsibility to carry that, to know that these youth back home feel like this, they're dealing with that. And we carry that. And that is one of the things that fuel me to speak for them, to keep pushing, and to come to these platforms and speak on behalf of them and have my role threatened each and every time I do, every time I break that silence. I'm tired of it. It's the youth this, the youth that. Youth should be here. Youth deserve a voice within these spaces, these settings. Look what happened when we speak up. This corporation needs, I don't know, it is so far gone. And it is the structure that we built that creates NAN. It lost its soul with the policies and the codes of conduct, and we're bound by those. And we have it twisted where we believe that these political organizations hold power. They don't hold power. Our people and communities hold power. The grassroots people hold the power. These political organizations are only here to lobby, to advocate on our behalf. The people who hold these titles, they are there because we give them permission. They are there because we let them. These political organizations should not be telling our leadership what to do, should not be guiding them into a decision. It is the leaders who, our chiefs, our grassroots people, our community members, they are the ones who need to be leading this. They are the ones who need to be telling these corporations what they want. And I don't see that. And that is something we have been fighting with for my duration of youth council, which is coming up on 3 years. And still, I can't tell you what progress I've seen. And we've heard previous youth council members. I spoke to a youth council member from, I think she said on OC4, no, since around 2018, where the youth council almost was disbanded, where the OC council, Oshkazak council, almost dissolved. So this fight has been going on for a long time. Someone has told me that everything that you say on that stage, everything that you kids been talking about, I have been hearing for 10 years. I've been hearing you kids say the same thing for 10 years. We're doing our best. We're doing what we can within our roles, but we don't have the final say because we are an advisory council, and we have to play within the limits of NAN to ensure that we have a spot there. And yesterday, you can see Sierra was sitting at the table here with the chiefs, but still, we don't have the same power. We don't have the ability to speak. We still have to go through the channels of being recognized by our leaders in order to speak. All I can say is that we need to do better. These corporations need to do better. Mikach.
You guys still Wache, yes, please state your name and nation.
Ajit. Chief Matthias Anderson, Dishnakas, Donji, Casablanca Lake First Nation. It's I understand where you guys are coming from. I think I'm still Scottish, like you guys. I'm 29 years old. I got into council when I was 25 years old.
I was a counselor, deputy chief, now chief. So it's been a tough 4 years, I would say. And I was quite underestimated and bullied throughout those 4 years by my fellow chief and council members and elders, I would say. But I persevered through all that. And I'm sitting right here. So I, it's quite hard, eh? Going through all of this. And I'm learning a lot. I'm still learning. I'll continue to learn and persevere. I just wanted to share that. And I would like to work with the Huskadis Council in the next 2 years. So if you guys need help from leadership from the table here, I'm open. Miigwech.
Ajay, thank you for that. And that's something that the Oshkarazak will definitely like to be a part of. And just to add some comments about everything that we spoke about and the things that the chiefs talked about, is to have more youth inclusion, for us to be more a part of the work being done in the communities, but also in this room. But there's a lot of work that has to be done before we're able to start visiting communities like that, which is addressing the way youth are respected or youth are listened to where we don't have to condense their time to speak, especially when we know that they carry the future but the present. I respect these youth that I stand with just as much as I respect the leadership and the elders in the room and our executive. I believe that we're all the same under the eyes of Creator. And though emotions may raise high, we have to keep a level of respect and love with each other. Some respect that I hope that you can show to us as we're speaking to you right now, the same way that we sit there for 3 days and watch you. We're learning from you, but also we're setting an example for the youth that are watching us. It's that cycle. We've seen a lot of healing done from the past and previous generations and the past leadership. To create these spaces, to have a table for the youth to come and to have a few minutes for us to speak. But we're very ambitious because we know the fire that we carry. We know the change that we can make because we've seen it in our own communities. We've seen it with the people that we work with. I've seen it with the youth that I stand with, that they're able to make change, not when they're at a level to where they're respected with the title as a chief or as an elder or a grand chief, but as a human being, loved from the Creator. They're able to change and make change now as they walk, not to when they get to the destination, but every time they take a next step. And for us, I'm sure that many of you recognize the growth that some of the old council members that you see, like Cohen, Catherine, Summer, and I, that are still here, you've seen us grow on the stage. You helped create and foster a space for us to do so. But there's a difference between having us at the table and being actually included. You know, I heard comments about us needing education. The majority of the youth council, they have their education. They have their inherent education, but they also have their modern education too. But they also have the education of the heart. Every single one of them, I know them. The same level that we hold for each other, I wanted it to be seen for the youth. I don't want to leave this role and see it continued on, but I want to see it grow naturally the way things are supposed to be. We have the power to bring in great change, and we don't have to keep up the status quo or the stigma, because a lot of that comes from the modern world onto our people. I've done a lot of work since last summer to go meet with thousands of different youth from different communities outside of Ontario too. And I've seen that spark in them, because we walk with our ancestors, but we also walk with the future that's waiting for us, that's laying down the path. And one thing that I did share before is like handing the baton in this journey. A lot of our leadership in the room have worked for a long time. And we're ready now, not later. Although, yes, I can admit that we do need some work. I just want to see that level of respect, of love, those 4 natural laws where our people come from, be used for us. We may be young. We may be seen as inexperienced, uneducated, but we carry something that's much deeper than just that understanding of having these titles or having this experience under our belt. It's because of where we come from, but also because of the spirit. Because there's a difference between modern education versus the ones that our First Nations people carry. They carry this inherent knowing of balance. That's something that we've lost over time because of assimilation. I mean, look at the way we're set up right now. This looks more and more like Parliament. It looks more and more like the Ontario legislature. And if we don't put our roles on the line, if we don't call these things out as they are, it's just a matter of time. I don't know if some of you were there last year where we had the fight to be put on the resolution, to be a part of the governance review, so that we had a say and a seat at the table to see how NAN changes for the better, especially for its governance, because we see that lack there. But the one thing that I don't want to come up here and do is to criticize NAN fully, because there's a lot of good things that NAN has done, a lot of love that NAN has shown. And I feel like I'm a product of the good things that NAN has done. It helped create a space for me to grow. But for us to do that job, we need to be respected and to help renovate the spaces we're in. So thank you for listening to the Youth Council and listening to Cohen's words, because Cohen is someone who inspired me to be this way. At the National Assembly of Remote Communities over there by Edmonton, and I believe it was 2024. We were told that we only had 5 minutes as a youth council, and the majority of us accepted it. Just gonna go up there, introduce ourselves, but Cohen didn't take it. And Cohen said, you know what? We're not gonna follow these rules, these boxes placed over us, when we know we have good things to say. And that lit a fire in the youth council, which is probably why you see us always causing what you may think as trouble, but for us, it's changed. And this stems just outside of NAN too, but especially when it comes to our future. Caring love for each other and respect, to have balance instead of a top-down level, is something that's important. I want to see my leadership do. I no longer want to see my leadership accept what's handed to them, but to fight for more equity and remember the communities that we're in this together with. No longer want to see the divide and conquer either, because that comes down the line the same way. It's like down the river. But we can also have healing down the river too. If you want to think about that as the generation after. So be a part of that change. Don't wait for someone else to do it for you. Be the example. Be someone who walks in that way. Because it rubs off on other people like a butterfly effect. And I've seen that with my own eyes with the youth that I work with within the youth council and even the leadership and the elders that all come up to me and speak to me. And I know that I did what I could to make a change and a difference. And that's what we're trying to do. So if we're continuing to be chastised, we're just going to grow more. Miigwech. Thank you.
That is all we have to say, surprisingly. Um, we had a conversation of me, Cohen, Ramon, Catherine, and Geronimo yesterday, and it was, we stayed up until 2 o'clock in the morning discussing all things related to what was going on here. And I just want to echo what they said because it's really important that you understand that we're here for your youth. We want to be here for your youth because we are your youth. We're just the few that are able to speak on the mic. And just a year ago, if you were to tell me that I was up here, I would have ran away. I would have ran away so quickly because I did. But I went to the youth gathering and I met the older council members, specifically Ramon. And he pushed me forward and told me to follow follow my heart and my spirit. And now I'm here and I'm taking on his role as he's getting ready to step away. So I just want to remind everyone that invite us in because we can't just come into your community. We want to come into every community and learn what the youth need so that we can help. Because those youth don't know who to go to. And some of them are scared to talk to you guys. And they're not scared to talk to us. They're open with us. They say so much to us. At the youth gathering, we probably could have had a whole week and we would have heard so much more. But we only had the weekend, and they still told us so much. They told us about drugs. They told us about mental health. They told us about family issues. They told us about treaty. They know all these things. They just need a space to talk about them. And that's why we're here. So please reach out to us and thank you.
Miigwech, so thank you so much for sharing the important work you're doing here today and for outlining calls to action. As you guys were speaking, as well as the Elders Council and the Women's Council, I've heard this re-emphasized over and over, this lateral violence as a problem in our community here as well. And I would like to emphasize to everybody that part of working against and resisting lateral violence is not being complicit and finding the strength and bravery to stand up for each other when things happen, when people say things, and to always be creating a safe space, even if you're afraid to. Anyways, I'd like to call a break for 15 minutes, and then we will before a break, yes, please state your name and nation.
Excuse me, Chair,
Yes.
Chair, right here.
Oh, sorry. Yes, please.
I would like to say thank you to the presentations from the elders and women and youth. Thank you for your presentations, and also so there are some suggestions in their presentations that we need to look at as chiefs in the chiefs forum. So I take that. I take those suggestions, and You know, yeah, we need to hear what the elders have to say, women have to say, and youth have to say on certain matters. So, in order to bring these to the forum, I think you need to keep reminding us. Okay, keep reminding us. It's not just a one-time thing. You know, to move an agenda, you have to persuade one chief of your idea. And then if you persuade one chief, and then one chief is going to talk about this matter and try to persuade other chiefs to to move this resolution or to move this program or project. So that's what I'm suggesting that you guys do. Okay, don't stop when there's nobody responding. Just keep at it. Okay, keep at it. All right. What I wanted to mention was we didn't have an open forum for the chiefs yesterday, and I think we have time to do it. I think we should do that open forum this morning or before lunch. That's what I'm recommending. I think we need to hear the chiefs. Some of the chiefs are really in a dire situation of their communities, and they have issues to raise as well to share amongst the other chiefs. All right, Miguel.
Miigwech, thank you. Yes.
I just, Chief Sonny Batiste from Attachment First Nation.
Could
I
you
just need
speak
some-
closer to the mic, please?
You hear me now?
Yes, miigwech.
Okay, I just have a little sort of, not really a concern, but I'd just like to know for a clarification, who does this youth represent? Because, and in my community, we do have a youth panel as well. And, you know, we do sit down with them as well too. But I mean, I just need clarification. Who are you representing? All of NAN or a geographic area or what? Thank you.
Miigwech for your question. We're happy to clarify. So we, as NAN Youth Council, actually work a lot with youth councils in community, as well as the tribal council youth councils. So we do a lot of work with the other youth councils in NAN territory, and the Youth Initiatives Department at NAN that guides us also helps communities establish their own youth council. And we're hoping to have more information about that in the toolkit that I mentioned in our update earlier. But as stated previously, we represent NAN youth as a whole for the purpose of advising NAN executives and NAN chiefs in assembly. So, of course, there's only 10 of us here, so we can't like physically have the amount of members to represent each single community here on our council. We do, in our terms of reference, we do try to ensure that all of the geographic regions and different tribal councils are represented when we are picking and onboarding new members. And that application is open to all youth of NAN territory. I hope that can clarify things.
Yeah, well, unfortunate, you know, like, you know, with, within my community, we do have proper representation as well. And I'm not discrediting what you folks are doing, you know, but at an NAN level, I think a lot of it has to do with the chiefs and our elders. I mean, we're the leaders, we're an elected body as well. And our elders, we do get a lot of respect. We do have a lot of respect for our youth as well. And we have so many programs within my community where we take a lot of direction from them as well. That's going to benefit our community. But to go on a bigger political stage like what's happening, it's you know, it's sort of I'll just say bluntly, you know, it's sort of trying to take away some of the decisions that the elected bodies have to put up with. Thank you.
Yeah, Miigwech, Chief Batiste. So
Yesterday, we talked about the review, the comprehensive review that's taking place right now of this organization. So this is sort of an overall governance issue that many of us are struggling with in terms of our roles and responsibilities to define ourselves, who we are, and where we fit into this organization. And that includes the advisory councils that are here with us, the Women's Council, the Elders Council, and also the Youth Council that's up here in the front. And also we were directed a year and a half ago to create another advisory council, the Two-Spirit Council. But we haven't moved on that because we're still struggling with defining the roles and responsibilities and the mandates of these existing advisory councils. We don't want to plug in another advisory council without clarifying the overall structure, the governance structure of NAN. For example, how are they selected? Right now, it's not consistent. The Women's Council have their own process. The Elders Council, they have their own process. The Youth Council, they have their own process. And also the terms, how long should they be here? It's not very clear. So I think that's what I'm hoping that this review will address as part of the overall governance issues that we're struggling with at NAN, is to help us clarify some of the things that we're struggling with right now, even with these advisory councils. What is their mandate? What's their role? Who do they represent? How are they selected? How long should they be here? Right now, those questions remain questions. But I just want to acknowledge all of them for being here. The Women's Council, their presentation this morning, I think should give all of us something to think about and something to work on, because the issues that they raised are important. It impacts all our sisters, our daughters, our moms, our aunties. And I think what should also, that we should realize that, the women's issues are not just women's issues. The things that you talk about, whether it's housing or mental health or water, those are the issues that they are wanting to address, and they will need our support to help them in their role. Same with the Elders Council. I acknowledge the issues that they raised this morning through Wally McKay, the administrative challenges that we are currently experiencing, but also the overall role to uphold and defend the treaty. That was an important message I think we all need to hear from time to time to remind ourselves of who we are and why we're here. I also just want to acknowledge the Youth Council members that are standing behind me and what their role is and the issues that they bring to us to this table, and how we can incorporate their work with ours, the work that we do. And I know that's going to be an ongoing process for all of us, whether we're on the non-executive or whether you're a chief in your community. How do you gather their voices, and how do you incorporate that into the work, the overall work on a day-to-day basis? And I just want to let them know that your voice matters. I think that's something that I've made a priority during the time I've been Grand Chief, taking them to places where their voices will be heard. I remember one of my first meetings I had with the Prime Minister of this country, and back in, I think it was 2017 in Thunder Bay. Other grand chiefs brought in their elders, and which is important. But I had one seat with me, next to me, with the Prime Minister. And I invited Summer Wabas. I think she was probably like 16 or 17 at the time. Because I knew that it's important for youth to be seen and to be heard, even at those tables. And it's even more important now with the issues that we're facing with, that they be seen and that they be heard as well. And that is the commitment that I want to make to them today, that it will happen. So with that, I just want to say miigwech for your presentations to the Women's Council, Elders Council, the Youth Council. It is something for us to not just receive and to hear, but to act on. And that is something that we will do. Miigwech.
Okay, thank you, Grand Chief. So we are going to take a 15-minute break. We'd like to be back at 11 sharp to get started again.
away. Now you're not in my way. We don't choose to be low, but love won't let you decide. I didn't mean to be old, but it's been five on so now you're try to let go of it was. Now you're the other dream. Try to escape, but you're still inside my dream. Loving you is cut into my bones. That's why I can't move. Oh, I see you shaking. So it's goes up your laughter in my head. Every day I swear I'll think breathe me back again. You shine, living just fine. So now, but how am I? Never made it out. I would never make it stop. So I pour it down to feel you, but I crash to the ground. One too many nights, it cuts like a knife. I can never make it stop. I drink until I'm lost, till I pay the cost. I can never make it stop.
We're going to be starting shortly. If the delegates can come back, we're going to be starting shortly.
Cruising through the city, nothing now. Never let the fire slip away. Know that I'll be here in my heart and soul. Hoping that you feel the same. Alright, you can see what time I want you to run since I already know. I tell you when it's done. All I feel about you is thinking you want me. I'd rather walk
Miaja, Miaja Minot much time. We've needed extra time to finish those big buns. For anybody that was on the side looking at the snacks, those buns are about the size of our faces. So we needed that extra time, so we gave you that. So we're gonna get started. Once some more delegates come back into the room, we'd like to get started. And our goal is to try to get to the agenda, because on the second day agenda, it's not actually noted on there, but there is a Chiefs Open Forum, and we want to honor the amendments that were made to the agenda on the first day, to have that opportunity for chiefs to have an open forum. So we're trying to move things so that we have that opportunity. So we'll give a minute to get everybody back to the table, and then we can get started and with the agenda items for the rest of the morning.
What's next?
The aviation.
Oh, yeah.
Mike,
Mike, over there.
those big buns.
Has he had chicken? Adam, I'm surprised Adam hasn't seen that.
Okay, so good morning. We are going to continue on with our agenda. At this time, I'd like to call upon Mike McKay, and they are going to do an update on aviation and remote airport safety, continued by an update on the water initiatives. So Mike McKay.
Hey,
Hello, Chief Archibald here. My question on the open forum. On the agenda, I don't see opening forum written down. And I was just wondering, when will that be?
Miigwech, Chief Abbas. So I know we didn't get to the open forum yesterday. I was hoping there was a few more chiefs back from break. Some comments that I wanted to make. When we went through the agenda on day one, there were some changes that were proposed and they were all accepted. So one of the changes was to have an open forum on day two. We were going to shorten some of the agenda items on day two and then have the open forum at 4 o'clock, 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock, so 1 hour for day two. I know that version did not get handed out. I have a copy here that we're looking at. So that's what we'll be following, is we have 1 hour open forum today at 4 p.m. Now, during the break, I had some discussions. I know, chiefs, you are really hoping to deal with some of those community open forum issues. You'd really like to deal with those. And we recognize that. This morning, when we opened, I reminded everyone that you've given us a mandate, an agenda to follow. Again, it's the rules that are in place. We will work to follow the agenda. But what I'm asking is, please help us to help you. Let's please stick to the time allocations that you've set for each agenda item. All of the topics are really, really important. The next items this morning, aviation and remote airport safety. I live in a Sandy Lake. I know the impacts of the airlines, the safety concerns, the issues that we have with airlines. That's a very important issue for remote First Nations, so we need to deal with that. The next item after that is dealing with water initiatives. We have boil water advisories, we have the water issues on reserve. Those are very important issues, but also protection of our water. That's a very important issue. The agenda items for this afternoon, nuclear waste. That's a very important issue. The Ontario Final Agreement, very important issue. Off-reserve class action dealing with your First Nation members that are off reserve, that is a very important issue. Meeting with the chief coroner regarding how do we deal with deaths. That is a very important issue. So the reason I'm saying that is these are all very important issues and you have them on the agenda that you've accepted. So what I'm going to ask is that we please, again, be respectful of the time allocation. I know it's not the Anishinaabe way, it's not the Anishinaabe way, the Mushkegowuk way to cut people off. So that's where we struggle, and I'm going to be totally honest, we struggle with that. But we are asking, please, again, help us to help you so that we can get to all the agenda items so that we can have that open forum, those community issues that you would like to deal with. So miigwech, Chief Abbas, for raising that. We do have it an hour. But what may happen is the same thing that happened yesterday, that there were things that came up. But I would encourage everyone, if you have a point or recommendation, if you can get to that point and be strong, clear, concise to your messaging or your direction that you're providing, and that'll help us get through so many very important issues. So, miigwech. Turn it back to the team.
Thank you, Adam. Yeah, so good morning, everyone. First off, I'd like to acknowledge the elders, women's, and youth councils this morning with the drum and the opening prayer. And thank you to the chiefs and proxies for coming together for this assembly and supporting the work. So my name is Michael McKay. I'm the Infrastructure and Housing Director at here at NAN. This morning, I'll be providing the updates on the initiatives related to aviation and remote airport safety. Also behind me, Jennifer Guerrieri will be here to provide any provide some support to any questions related to more of like the technical aspects to this this file. So I just wanted to start off with some context on this topic. NAN First Nations continue to face challenges relating to affordability, reliability, and safety of air transportation. These challenges stem from a combination of factors, including aging and underfunded infrastructure, the lack of consideration at the regulatory and operational levels for the unique realities of Northern and remote First Nations, jurisdictional gaps between the provincial and federal governments, and insufficient funding commitments. And so we're working to support the transportation needs of NAN First Nations in pursuing the collaborative action from both Ontario and the federal government. So the first update for this morning relates to Resolution 1648, Aviation Safety in Remote First Nation Communities. This resolution directs us to support needed aviation safety advances in Northern Ontario First Nation communities by working collaboratively on relevant organizations and government. We've maintained a position as a non-voting member of the Northern Ontario Aviation Committee, NOAC for short, since it was reinstated in early 2024. This committee includes representation from regional air carriers, medevac service providers, and government representatives. And its purpose is to secure government funding to support aviation safety and services in Northern Ontario. Participating in this committee gives us a platform to ensure the challenges, perspectives, and needs of First Nations are heard and included. It also allows us to receive updates and key information to support our advocacy efforts, especially from MTO, who owns and operates the 29 remote airports that service the NAN territory, and from NAV Canada, who are responsible for navigational technology. We also updated the NAN Aviation Needs Assessment, which was originally developed in 2022 with technical support from regional air carriers. The updated version includes specific calls for government to support extending the usable runway length, full compliance with modern runway standards, and improved service levels, which would include staffing, maintenance, and emergency readiness. Lastly, we applied to the MTO's Indigenous Transportation Initiatives Fund for supporting to support an initiative that would provide a First Nation perspective on transportation vulnerabilities and opportunities, with the goal of improved collaboration on meaningful solutions between MTO and the NAN communities. The second update we wanted to share is Resolution 2415, relief from Transport Canada flight duty regulations. This resolution calls on Transport Canada to reassess the latest flight duty time regulations and recognize the harmful impacts they've had on our remote First Nations. Transport Canada has acknowledged that these flight duty regulations need to be reworked, and in 2024, they launched a consultation assessment to seek feedback from across Canada, which they used to develop an exemption in 2025. This proposed exemption would support improved air service availability for northern and remote communities. However, due to concerns raised by certain industry stakeholders, the exemption was not implemented. In 2025, November 2025, we met with the administrative staff from Transport Canada and represents from Wasaya, North Star, and SkyCare were part of that meeting. Transport Canada presented a modified version of the exemption, which is currently awaiting approvals from the Federal Minister of Transportation. They also presented on additional regulations that are being developed, which would involve tighter visibility requirements for pilots when approaching runways. These regulations are expected to be announced in fall of 2026. However, there is no implementation date as of yet. There are concerns that these regulations could negatively impact air service availability in remote regions, and Transport Canada is planning to complete a risk assessment on these regulations in early 2026. In February of this year, provincial and territorial and the federal transportation ministers gathered for their annual meeting. And we prepared here at NAN, we prepared a statement that was published on the day of that meeting. The statement highlighted the essential nature of remote airports and called for implementation of the newest proposed regulatory exemptions. The next update is relates to resolution 2514, which calls for equitable federal and provincial investment in remote northern airports, and for amendments to the national airports policy to support funding for aviation infrastructure in remote First Nations. This resolution also calls on all responsible partners, including ISC, Health Canada, NAV Canada, and airport operators to work collaboratively to address the current funding gaps. Also, NOAC presented, the NOAC committee also presented at the 2026 provincial pre-budget consultation period, which took place in Thunder Bay this past January. The presentation highlighted how the remote airports in Ontario are essential lifelines, that aviation will always be essential in the north, and that these airports are outdated, non-compliant with regulations, and unable to support modern aircraft or future growth. The presentation also urged the Ontario government to take action with sustainable funding, coordinated planning, and a multilateral roundtable. We also, NAN provided questions for MPP Mamakwa to ask during the pre-budget consultations, which highlighted the lack of government action and offered a strategic perspective on solutions that could be developed with First Nations. Currently, too, NAN is collaborating with the Chiefs of Ontario to document and amplify lived experiences of remote air access First Nations within NAN territory through to inform provincial and federal policy and encourage meaningful action. And just to note, we do have the Duchess room, I think it's just the floor above here at here at the Chelsea Hotel, available today and tomorrow. So after this meeting is done, any leadership that want to participate or who are interested can comment on their experiences on the air travel and air transportation within the NAN territory. So that's just the collaboration initiatives that we're having with COO right now. So Resolution 2532 mandates the NAN Executive Council to advocate for a federally and provincially supported remote community Air Force subsidy program to ensure affordability, fix airfares for residents, essential services, and freight in fly-in First Nations. This subsidy is modeled after the Quebec Regional Airfare Subsidy, with governments covering the difference between set rates and market rates, and directs us to work with airline service providers to determine fixed residential or resident fares and operational needs. So we've conducted initial research into existing airfare subsidy programs, and we've completed a high-level overview of the feasibility of an Ontario remote region airfare subsidy. Initial discussions with regional carriers are underway to support the development of practical and effective subsidy models. So there are a number of next steps just kind of outlined on this last slide. Regarding the aviation file, so we've been collaborating with NAN leadership, especially through our aviation communication strategy with Chiefs of Ontario. Again, just to note that we do have that the room upstairs for any leadership that want to discuss and be a part of this joint or this communication strategy on aviation. We also plan to continue to take part in the NOAC meetings and seeking opportunities to support our advocacy through collaboration with the federal and provincial governments and other relevant organizations. And we will continue to monitor regulatory changes and updates from Transport Canada and incorporating aviation infrastructure advocacy into other transportation initiatives. And finally, we'll continue to engage with regional carriers in developing to develop models for a regional airfare subsidy program. That's the end of my presentation. We're doing, yeah, I'd be happy to take any questions, comments. Yep.
It's Rodney Howe from Poplar Hill Proxy. When I got the agenda, I asked the deputy chief in Poplar Hill, who happens to be my brother, if he had any questions, and he was the former airport manager for Poplar Hill for many, many years. So he sent me several questions. Is there any talk regarding privatization of the airports, and are the First Nations going to be in position potentially to take them over? Is one of the questions. He was part of, I guess he was one of the spokespersons for the managers in the north, and there was rumblings about that. But I also recognize the fact that you're saying that many of the airports are outdated. One of the concerns that we also hear is during the evacuations in the summer, when the Air Force gets involved, they tend to wreck the airports because of heavier aircraft. Once again, they also control the airspace in the First Nations. So that puts extra pressure on the workers within the First Nation to respond immediately to make sure that the airport is in proper working fashion, order, I guess. The other question he had, two more questions, is for years, they've been trying to get the wages comparable to what the wages are in Thunder Bay. He gave me an example. He said other airports pay their workers $40 to $45 an hour, whereas MTO only pays the First Nation people $22 to $28 per hour. Similar to what NAPS is going through. I remember years ago working at Tikanagan for 30 years. We tried to work on wage parity for our staff, and it took us many, many years to get to that level. He no longer works at the airport, but he's still fighting for the rights of the workers that are left behind to fend off. The other concern he has is he wants to make sure that as we move ahead, that the airport workers have all the proper working equipment that they do have in Thunder Bay and other city airports. They fight for new equipment and they get it here and there, too far in between. They might get a new piece of equipment, but it may not be the latest that's required to maintain the airport. So those are the questions coming from Poplar Hill First Nation. So thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you for those questions. I know those are some topics we've covered through our work the last number of years, and something, yeah, the leadership here have brought forward. But I'll ask Jennifer to go kind of into some detail on those three items that you brought forward.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Guerreri. I'm the transportation manager at Anishinaabe Nation, and I want to thank you for raising those very good questions. The first one in regards to the First Nations taking over the airports, it has been an idea that's been considered. Some of the chiefs have raised that with me. I think, my concern would be that the infrastructure itself requires significant investment. So I think that has to be a consideration. I do think there's potential for it. Some of the concerns that were raised were around the union representing those employees as OPSU, but to your point on the wages, it hasn't seemed to help them much, having OPSU representation because they are some of the lowest paid public servants in those positions. And I do want to highlight that the NAN Aviation Needs Assessment, the updated copy is on our website under transportation, as well as the Winter Roads Report. So you can reference a lot of the points that we've raised in that needs assessment, which speak to many of your points. Evacuations, that's something that we continue to raise with both Transport Canada and the MTO. The runways currently are not suitable for a Hercules to land when we deal with evacuations. It requires special permission from DND because of the runway length and the surface being gravel. You're correct, it does some major damage to the runway when they have to take off and land repeatedly, and it speaks to your concerns about the staffing. That has come up from numerous chiefs, I think, in the last 6 to 8 months about the staffing levels at the airports and the fact that they should be 7 day a week, 8 to 8. Because right now there are scheduled flights, including SCEDIVACs, that land outside of the MTO hours of operation. So the MTO did many years ago, I think 2017, apply for 27 full-time positions, one to be added at each airport. That wasn't approved by Treasury. And they have struggled in some communities where they've lost a staff to recruit and retain new staff. My response to them is that they're not paid enough and they're not treated well enough. And that may be part of the reason as to why they can't recruit more staff in community, you know, speaking to your brother's struggles as an employee. The wages, that is reflected in the needs assessment that's on the website. There's a comparison of municipal airport wages and duties compared to what the MTO staff in the remote airports are responsible for, and it is significantly different. So training and wages have been a big part of it. We've also been raising the issue of equipment certification. Many of them are just given a permit to operate on site at the airport and not full accreditation for that equipment. And you know, the MTO has said, well, we have concerns that if we fully certified them, they would leave. Speaking to your point that they're underpaid, there's a reason they would leave. So that we continue to advocate for. The equipment has also been raised numerous times. The irony is that to procure equipment through the MTO, it has to be 7 years old and fully maintained with records. Yet the equipment that they provide at the airports is typically used and in constant need of repair. So those are really great questions and concerns that you've raised, and I would be happy to have a conversation with you afterwards if you'd like, but I would recommend that you access the aviation needs assessment on the website because that will give you a pretty, you know, comprehensive overview of our advocacy.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. So the full report is online. Chief, your name and your community.
Chief Robert Nakaji. Just a few questions regarding Winter Road and airports. Are we looking into getting like security checks for both? Coming in like you being when you leave Toronto, right? So we're looking into that. If and I might have missed it, but we can look into that. Be great. The other one is, what about the airports near water bodies? Are we doing any testing for those waters that's being contaminated? And the other one would be, has anything been looked at to have asphalt on a runway? Because if maybe it's more durable, or if it has troubles of Hercules landing for emergencies? And it's kidding. Thanks for your presentation.
Yeah, so your 3 questions there. The first one, the SAF, was that tomorrow? Tomorrow at 11:15, I think there's a agenda item on Winter Road border security. I think one of the communities will be presenting their initiative. along with NAPS will be doing kind of a separate presentation on their work as well. For your questions on environmental impacts and the last one on runways, I'll ask Jennifer to provide some comments on there.
Thank you, Chief Nakoji. One of the things that the MTO is looking at as a first step is replacing the terminals in the communities. I do have some concerns about that being their priority, given that it doesn't improve safety or access when it comes to the runway and navigational aids. But considering that and all the work that we're asking for to be done at the airports, they would have to do testing if they're going to rebuild buildings and move things. There is a concern, and it's been raised before by both MTO and some of the leadership about the fuel spills over the years, improper fuel handling, and the fact that there wasn't, drip trays where they refuel under that section of the apron. So those would all be considerations for a new facility, bringing those pieces up to code, so to speak. And likely there is contamination adjacent to the runways from fuel. And it's also a consideration in our advocacy when we're asking for de-icing services, because that has regulations that require them to catch the runoff from the aircraft in a drip tray and control that so it doesn't get released into the environment. So definitely a great point to raise. Still early days, I think, talking about what that would look like, assessing each of the sites. But the MTO has committed to conducting a needs assessment of all the airports. It was something we asked for back in 2022, and they're finally just getting the ball rolling now. Some of the concerns I've raised is that I hope that they actually directly engage with each community to understand the unique needs and challenges, but also to consider all of those factors and to establish renewed airport agreements between the MTO and the communities. Or, to the other point, maybe looking at the communities taking them over. That's always a possibility. Your last question about paved runways, it has been explored before. It in many ways doesn't seem feasible to pave them with asphalt, but they have been exploring a surface treatment, and that surface treatment, it's like a sticky product basically that hardens, and it would maybe get them 2-3 years at a time before they'd have to reapply that product. And the benefit is that you don't have all that loose gravel kicking up and damaging props and the underbelly of the aircraft, because it costs our carriers millions of dollars a year just from that damage. And they can only do so many takeoffs and landings without basically repairing the body of the aircraft and replacing props. So that would be probably the best alternative. And there is a product that has been approved and explored in Manitoba. So the MTO is looking at that as an option when they redo the runways. Yeah, but yeah, happy to talk about it more with you if you'd like. Thanks.
Miigwech for your questions. So if there's no other questions, we'd like to get right in. Okay. All right, I got 3 hands. I got your community and your First Nation, and we'll go this way. Okay. Got 3 more speakers. Uh-huh.
Hello, good morning. My name is Cornelius Benson, Chief North Caribou. Round Lake, we have three names for my community: North Caribou, Round Lake, and Wiagamo. So for aviation purposes, I'll be using Round Lake. So first of all, I'd like to say is with this kind of meeting. First time for this meeting since I got re-elected before Christmas, and it's an honor for me to be back here again and to see all the familiar faces. And yeah, it's so it's a challenging experience. I had that first the 2 terms I had before, because I started working when the COVID came around. It was really hard to navigate through that number of years with COVID. So anyways, the reason why I'm speaking is it's regarding the airports. But first of all, I want to start off with the medevacs. Sometimes we need a better medevac service for my community and our community. Weather-wise, sometimes the planes get weathered out and they cannot land in emergency cases. So we therefore need a better radar technology to help out with the aircrafts that are approaching the runways. So that's my number one concern. And the other concern I have is with our airport. My first term, I had requested to have our airport upgraded. I even wrote a letter to the minister at that time. I never got a response. And the reason why we were thinking about upgrading our airport to a modern, just like what they have like in Pickle Lake or Silcote. Like a paved runway. I think we are entitled to that request because we're looking at the way where we're going now, the global climate change. We're getting to a season again where we have fire season, and therefore we have to think about medevacs. I mean, evacuations, where we have to have bigger planes to transport a number of passengers. This is what we need. And also, right now, if there's a forest fire nearby, we have those firefighters, the aircrafts. They cannot land at our airstrip right now. And if they run this low on fuel, they have to fly to Pickle Lake. That's where they have to refill and fly back again. So if we had the improved runway, paved runway, they would be able to fuel up right there where they're working. So these are the things that we had talked about our aircrafts, and also those skid runs. Skid runs. We still have traffic with skid runs, even though we have a year-round road into our community. We still have traffic in and out of our community that people still use. So that's all I have. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Benson. So we're gonna go to the next, we're gonna have Mike answer the questions after they've all been asked. So we're gonna go to the next speaker. Chief. Mama Kizik, you had your hand up? Oh, okay, so you were stretching. Okay, all right, Chief Archie.
He was just scratching his head. He wasn't raising his hand for to speak. There is something I wanted to share with my fellow chiefs here. Recently, we had that close call in the aircraft's in a collision in Wonderman. And what I did was I wrote a letter to Minister of Transportation, both levels, Canada and Ontario, and based on the feedback that I've received from the witnesses that saw the close call collision. I had that on my on a letter, and I got a response from them that they said I wanted them to immediately to investigate that incident, and they said once they checked all the pilots and everything, and they said it doesn't qualify for investigation. And they took the word from the pilots, and that was it. So, based on the witnesses, there was this aircraft on a runway, and incoming flight was about to land, and for some reason, the aircraft that's on a runway tried to turn back to taxi back quickly to safety, and the plane was approaching, and then that plane had to go back up. And my daughter was one of the passengers. There were about over 10 passengers arriving in Wyndham at that time. So what she said was, all of a sudden the plane just lifted up. We could see the airstrip, and and the reasoning was something like there's an icing situation with the aircraft or with the runway. There was actually there was an aircraft on a runway, and this incoming arriving plane was about to land, and all of a sudden it went back up, and returned back to Silicon. So that was the witnesses report. And the Ministry Transportation says, no, we're not going to investigate it. We've heard it. We've heard the what happened from the pilots, and they ruled it as a icing situation. So that's not good. I think what I would like to see is a monitoring system. Could be a live feed of cameras on a runway. Yeah? That way you could actually see what's going on. What's going on there? So I don't know where that thing is at. I don't. I've shared copy to NAN Grand Chief. Maybe I would like to hear that. Like, what's happening? What's happening there? Like, are they going to investigate, or they're just going to leave it the way they think happened? But my people saw it differently. You know. Okay, you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, for your question. And I'm going to hand it to Mike to respond to Chief Benson's questions, 2 questions, and yours.
Yeah, thank you for the questions, Chief Benson and Chief Wabas. Just the medevacs, the medevac services that you identified as a challenge. Yeah, we've been working. I know Jennifer mentioned a bit in our 2025 aviation needs assessment. Some of those were captured in there, some of the challenges and some of the recommendations. But I know we are working with other organizations like Sulco First Nations Health Authority. I know we're working on some data sharing agreement to kind of start looking at some of the data and the gaps identified with, like, missed approaches, because just because with all the passenger patients traveling to their appointments. Jen, do you want to expand on that, the medevac stuff?
Thank you. Yeah, as Mike mentioned, we have been working closely with SLIFNA as well as Orange, tracking the data on the flights that either aren't dispatched or a missed approach. They call off an approach, like in the case of Wonneman. A lot of it does directly tie back to infrastructure, the lack of LPV approaches, which give them much better situational awareness and also lower that decision height. Right now, they're stuck. 500 feet is the lowest they can go. It's typically about 800. There's the potential with LPV approaches to get down as low as 250 feet where there aren't any obstacles in that approach. So it's significant. And I think the points about the weather, that's increasing. With climate change, we're seeing an extension of the shoulder seasons, which is even more reason to move ahead with LPV approaches, but also to add additional AWOS, so automated weather observation stations. Right now, they're pretty sparse throughout Northern Ontario, and there's large gaps between the coverage of them, which also impacts the penalty on that decision height as far as how low they can come down. The point about de-icing and icing, which are technically two different things, but a lot of the times, as they're approaching a community, they've accumulated ice as they come down, and they know that there's no de-icing service on the ground. So sometimes it can, cause a missed approach because of that lack of service on the ground. And some of you may have been at the Special Chiefs Assembly on Health last year, where Homer Tien, the president of Orange, talked about all the good things that they're doing, yet they're still handcuffed by the lack of modern infrastructure at the airport. So great points to raise, all huge concerns from the leadership. I think, the SCEDIVACs that come on a regular basis, that has to be considered in the operational levels at the airport. The aircraft not being able to refuel during forest fighting efforts is similar to the issue with the Hercules. They don't have the runway length. They also don't have the refueling services available to all carriers at every airport, which was something that Chief Munoz actually added to one of our previous resolutions, because it's also an economic development opportunity. If the communities ran the airport and were able to provide those types of services, not only to, regional air carriers, but also to government and to partners that support evacuations, there's benefit there. The other point raised about the monitoring system, I think that's something that we can definitely talk to the MTO about. I think there's a lot of value in that. Right now, there's typically only a NAV Canada camera at one location, and half the time they're not working, is what the pilots tell me. They can't access. So when they're questioning whether or not that ceiling is high enough for them to go in, they don't often have a camera to access to be able to see themselves what that ceiling height looks like. So I think there's a lot of value in that, and that's something we can look at as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. So we'd like to move into the next agenda item. I see a hand up. Okay. Yeah, Chief Bruce.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Miigwech Chief Bruce. That's Nishkam Nisnikas, Margaret Falls First Nation. Miigwech Dina. Akana, Kamakanik, Kamayayak. Nanamayayan, Wamaga, Wakana, Yagiwa. Young. Thank you very much for that presentation. As you may know, it's a vital concern for us living in the remote north. As a remote community, we face those challenges too with the lack of appropriate infrastructure in the community, and airport project for airport facility for us is extremely important, and we've been advocating for airport terminal for quite some time now, and it's a real need for our people, and I just think back about the lack of the seemingly lack of planning at our airports, where regarding fuel services and whatnot, and what are the policies, as you mentioned, concern on possible fuel spills, etc. And that'd be one of my questions is that going to be an environmental sort of a scan, I guess, on all the airports, remote airports up north to see if for testing, field testing on soil contamination, if there's any sort of widespread contamination, that needs remediation. That'd be one question. Also, I want to let you know that the incident that is partly due to the lack of infrastructure in our community with lighting. We had a sort of a semi accident where we had a large plane actually hit a building. The wing hit the building, MTO building. And I don't really know what came of that myself. We sent notice to MTO on that and then informed the North Star Air on that incident, and there was damage to the building. And it was quite concerning. We don't know if that was the cause is pilot error or lighting or just a lack of policy on runway approaches to our airport taxiway and whatnot. So these are real concerns that whatever their infrastructure and policies are should be actually matching what we have in the community. Our setup should match what they have out there, and should be no more less than what they have in municipalities and towns in terms of all those safety policies and requirements. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief, for those comments. On the airport terminals. Oh, sorry, just going back to Chief Wabas. We want to follow up with that with the response from, was it NAV Canada or TSB? Yeah, so we'll follow up with that. Yeah. Chief, about the airport terminals, I know there was locations identified, some sort of priority list for communities to get a terminal. Maybe Jennifer could expand a little bit on that. On the environmental scan scan on potential contaminated sites, I think that's important. I know we mentioned we have our needs assessment that we just updated and released, but also MTO committed to conducting a infrastructure capital and operation and maintenance needs assessment. We're going to continue to push for a more comprehensive assessment to be conducted and not just a desktop exercise. But yeah, definitely something we'll push for moving forward is more of the environmental impacts of the airports.
Thank you, Chief. I just wanted to raise the point that the MTO will be approaching leadership in the communities in regards to the needs assessment and also the new terminals that they're proposing. So I think that is a prime opportunity to discuss your concerns and challenges and some of the things that you'd like considered in their assessment, which could include looking at the contamination of those sites, as well as, speaking to the need for a current and renewed airport agreement between each of the communities and the MTO, where you could outline some of those roles and responsibilities that you see falling on the MTO. Thank you.
Just one last comment there. We are undertaking an airport runway upgrade, badly needed, and it's it's years in the making. Has been a washout with the current runway and whatnot. The only issue is, to be on par with airports in urban settings, it has to be paved and it has to be longer. Whatever our airport is, 3,000 or 3,500, it should be actually, 4,000 to 4,500 meters longer, feet longer, I mean. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So
Chief Archie Wabass, Monument Lake First Nation. On the on the question of owning the airport, I think we should look into it. What we need to do is do a SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis will kind of determine if it's feasible to undertake that project. I don't know. We might need a resolution to mandate the executive to do a SWOT analysis of owning the airport. Strengths, weakness, threats, and opportunities. SWOT analysis. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Chief Wabas. We can, I don't know if we need a resolution for that. I think just, yeah, if you direct us to do some sort of literature review, yeah, research on different types of models out there. Yeah, we could do that.
I saw another hand up. Yeah, go ahead.
I have one question for my community. About 3 or 4 years ago, I'm not sure when, that was my last term before I went on holidays for 2 years. And and anyways, we had by the runway there, they were starting a weather station, but it never was completed. I think it was on hold. Just wondering what happened. If you can find out for me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can follow up with MTO on that weather station. Thank you.
Chief Wesley.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear you?
My interest with this thing was on flight regulations, flight duty times, because my community, Cat Lake, is unique in the sense that it's geographically isolated. Like we're a little dot right there. So when you're trying to provide scheduled service to my community, it doesn't work because of our geographic location. So that forces us to fly with a charter operator. So those flight regulations with the reduced flight times really impacted my community because we use this charter operation to move our medical patients, sometimes up to 80 patients a week. So what that translates to is the other problem we have is the operator's VFR, visual flight rules. He doesn't have an IFR aircraft. I do, on the other hand, have an IFR aircraft through the partnership North Star Air, but it doesn't make money because of our location. When you have a Pilatus aircraft coming in, it's such a short rotation, 25 minutes. So those short rotations translate into operational costs for North Star. So Catholic per seat doesn't make money. So So this is why I was interested in the flight regulations part, because I wanted those amended. And I did hear that there was some amendments to the flight duty times, because that impacts us. So I wanted some clarity on that. Sure. About the flight duty times, because it really impacts charter operators, small operators. I mean, negatively. Some have gone under because of these regulations. So hopefully you can answer that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Wesley. We had covered that in the first part of the presentation, but I don't know if you just want to expand on some of the key points from the flight duty regulations work that we've been doing.
Thank you, Chief Wesley. Yeah, it's been a long battle on the flight and duty time regulations since they came into effect in 2022. The reality is that the exemptions that were developed in collaboration with the carriers were paused, I guess you could say, due to pressure from the pilot unions that represent the larger carriers nationally, like WestJet and Air Canada. And the fact that Transport Canada is not understanding the unique challenges of the region. So we will continue to put pressure on them to implement the regulatory sandbox, which I guess is a new model where they'll test some of these exemptions to see if they still work and can meet the safety requirements on their end.
Okay, so we're going to go to Chief Nagaji and then Chief Crane.
Chief Wesley there woke up my brain, I think. Thanks for Albany First Nation Chief. Some of the coastal, when you say flight regulations, is on the coastal communities we face where sometimes we really rely on our flights for medical because we go to Kingston. And when our flights get canceled, because it's being shared with me that we will need to speak to NAV Canada to reduce where the pretend air crew back, I'll say, can fly lower than 500 feet in the technology they have today, they can. But with NAV Canada, they tell them, no, you can't. And it affects us where the snowstorms hit and 2 days later, 2 days delay, and people's appointments that have been waiting for 6 months get delayed another 6 months. So it's almost like becomes a health hazard. So that's something I think we need to really push with NAV Canada to lower their standard of 500 feet, maybe a little bit lower, because we do have experienced pilots that can fly above tree lines. I seen it sitting in my blind. That's happening next month. So I just thought I'll share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So we're going to go to Chief Crane and then we'll have a response if there's one necessary. There's a question.
Chief Lorraine Crane, Slate Falls. I just wanted to say that Slate Falls has an airport that was built under the 6 bands agreement. And I just wonder where do we fall in with NAN? And I know that my community works quite well with MTO. I don't, but I have staff that are that maintain the runway. But I just wondered where do we fit in with with NAN? Just wanted to ask that. Thank you.
Miigwech.
Okay, thank you for those questions. First question from Chief Nagaji about the decision height. We could bring that forward. We'll continue to bring that forward to NAV Canada, Transport Canada in our advocacy efforts. We'll definitely bring that forward. Anything you want to add to that on the decision height?
Just for some context, it requires recertifying the runway to actually use an LPV approach, which would give them a lower decision height. So again, we're back to the infrastructure advocacy with the MTO. And just to touch quickly on your point about the health outcomes, that is what we're doing, working with Orange and SLFNA, because it's not only a worse patient outcome, it can actually shorten life expectancy due to delays in these appointments and treatment and diagnosis. So it is very important, and it's definitely impacting the health of NAN members.
Yep. Yeah, Chief Crane, yeah, your airports, in our work, we've captured, the 29 owned and operated MTO airports. We've captured all that in our work. And so that will continue to advocate with your community and work with any of those airport foremen that want to like participate in our work, but gladly work with you. Is there anything related to that?
I think, given the number of concerns that have come forward, it's a very important topic to everyone. And so I just want to again mention that we have this room, the Duchess Room booked tonight from 4:30 to 8:30, as well as tomorrow night. And we welcome anyone that would like to come and talk to us about airport infrastructure and the impacts of air service in their community. Thank you.
Okay, Miigwech, Chiefs. So it's almost 12:15. That was Mike's short presentation. The the longer presentation from Mike is dealing with water, and I know these were really important issues. Water is also a very important issue. But Chiefs, you've also told us you have other important issues, and we have a full agenda. And I know that the food is here. So this is the message I gave this morning. Help us to help you. Those were really good questions, but you also have important stuff this afternoon. So if we defer the water presentation to this afternoon, that's going to bump everything and create problems. So I'm encouraging everybody to stay here, to stay in the room so that we can do the water presentation. And I've asked Mike to do a short version of the water, and then we will take a shorter lunch break. The food is here. I know we need to eat. There's diabetics that need some food. So we're going to do the water presentation. Make it quick, but I know it's really important because I know you have your matters this afternoon. And again, I want to encourage everybody, help us to help you so that we can deal with all the matters. So make the shorter version.
The really short presentation. Okay. 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 Yep. Yeah, we'll start quickly on on our file for water and wastewater. Just some progress updates on that. So for this presentation, I'm going to go over two main topics, which is the First Nations drinking water legislation and the development of a First Nation water utility model. We've continued to properly participate in those discussions of the legislation and kind of using the perspective of public health as within for the NAN territory. One way to support public health and proper drinking water and sanitation in our communities is through the water utility model that that we'll be covering today. Oh, I got to move to the next slide. So drinking water advisories as of March. As of today, there are 17 long-term drinking water advisories in 16 communities and 7 short-term advisories. The most recent one being Kew-Ewan, which was placed listed on the website on for March 19th, 2026. So that's the newest drinking water advisory that was posted. Yeah, so we'll provide this update on the First Nations drinking water legislation. Majority of NAN communities are class action members. Class action was settled in 2021, requiring the introduction of water legislation as part of the settlement. So within NAN, we were involved in the development. I know we've brought forward some questions and recommendations to be included as part of the development of Bill C-61, and believe that the tabled legislation provided real opportunities for improvements for water, drinking water, and public health in NAN communities. So progress on Bill C-61 ended January 6, 2025, due to the call for the new election, and so the progress on that had died. So yeah, we had provided written comments and comments in committee on the content of Bill C-61. Also wanted to note at the AFN Special Assembly on December 2nd, 2025, the Prime Minister Carney said that the federal government intends to introduce new drinking water legislation by spring of 2026. But since then, there has been no indication of this, no indication that it would be new legislation or a reintroduction of the existing Bill C-61. Yeah, so given the lack of information, it is unclear when or if the new legislation will be introduced. Operational solutions, so wanted to quickly cover this as well, is the operational solutions for water and wastewater in the NAN territory. The current state for water and wastewater services are managed by individual communities. We've listed here some of the challenges. There's a lack of framework for drinking water protection. Water operators are under-resourced, undervalued, and go without enough support. Limited operational resources and capacity. Communities experiencing drinking water advisories more often and for longer durations than water systems off reserve. Lack of infrastructure and connections to water facilities. So for Resolution 1825, support for the NAN Water Summit 2025 summary and recommendations, directed the Executive Council to collaborate with NAN First Nations, tribal councils, and government partners in developing solutions that meet the water, wastewater, and source water protection needs of all NAN First Nations. The resolution also supported the 2025 report that recommended developing a concept for a regional water authority and authorities based on a hub and spoke delivery model. So we've been having regular meetings with tribal councils. So since 2020, NAN had we hosted regular online and in-person meetings with tribal council, water hubs, technicians, government partners, and other organizations. The purpose of these meetings was to discuss current issues related to water and wastewater in NAN communities. Throughout the years, it became clear that the same issues were being encountered throughout NAN territory, but in different communities. It was clear in these meetings that tribal councils were in good position to develop long-term solutions since they provided support to their member communities daily and know the systems very well. So at NAN, we're positioned, well positioned to facilitate conversations, which we've been doing between tribal councils and help coordinate and provide policy advice through the development of a utility model. NAN has been communicating with all 7 tribal councils regularly and is providing support and analysis supporting public health, clean drinking water, and adequate sanitation to varying degrees. Our level of involvement through this process is dictated by what the communities and tribal councils have been requesting of us. So as part of NAN's goal is having good, clean drinking water for all NAN communities. NAN has been providing support to the tribal councils who are pursuing new water initiatives for their communities. So we continue to work to tribal councils to facilitate those discussions and those collaborations. Also, I wanted to share this tribal council led water initiatives. Recently, here the tribal councils have agreed to work together on this initiative and signed a non-legally binding agreement to work together on these water initiatives. And here, just kind of on the screen here is an agreement to collaborate. One example that we've been focusing on and learning from is the First Nation or Atlantic First Nations Water Authority, which is First Nation owned and led. It was incorporated in 2018 and operational by 2022. Membership include 13 First Nations. They have opt-in, opt-out provision. And so those are things that we've noted in their organization. Yeah, so by forming this utility with multiple communities, the AFNWA has realized the following advantages. They benefit from they get to scale in many aspects, including bulk purchasing. AFNWA negotiated a 10-year funding agreement with which allows them to have predictable funding and allows for long-term planning. The authority protects chiefs and councils by taking on all liability associated with water and wastewater services. The authority has seen improvements in service delivery and overall since becoming operational. So we just wanted to share some of the benefits of a collective ownership, less liability for First Nation leadership, pooling of resources and funding, job creation, and access to better staff training and career pathways. We've also identified some of the risks of the current model. Legal risk and liability to community leadership for not meeting employment and regulatory standards. Continued service delivery failures, which is increasing risk of non-compliance with drinking water standards. Overburden and under-resourced workforce, which increases turnover and operational error risk. The continued infrastructure gaps with outdated infrastructure, which increases operational and health risks. So some of the next steps we just wanted to share is that we'll continue to have discussions with tribal councils, travel to communities to discuss benefits of a water utility model with community leadership and operations staff. We need to continue the data collection on water and wastewater systems and the development of an asset management plan. Refine strategies for development of a utility model and define governance model for utility oversight. We also plan to visit the AFNWA in June in a few months and continue to work with the NAN Chiefs Committee on Infrastructure. Our next meeting is July 13th in Winnipeg. Last slide, just to show that how you can participate. We have some upcoming engagement meetings. We'll continue to share information from this presentation on these initiatives. Discuss your water and wastewater systems with Public Works, and continue to discuss with the water treatment plant staff and tribal councils as well. Okay, yeah, so that concludes my presentation. Yeah.
Thank you, Mike, for your presentation. So I see that there are two hands up. So we'll take some, okay, keep them.
Chief Sunny Batiste from Attachment. I guess it's just more of a comment. You know, this water crisis and, you know, hydro and other issues, especially with the airport, you know, and the government can go and put this bill C5 in place. Why can't they do that for the communities that really need this infrastructure help?
Thank you, Chief. Chief Black, and then we'll go to Chief Wabas.
Chief June Black, Abitibi, Anishinaabe Nation. In reviewing your document, I just wanted added that you don't have what is the current state. We have threats from mining developments in a lot of the communities now. I don't know how many. I know for us, we have a huge threat to our water. So I want that included. And the other one was the purpose of these meetings to discuss the current issues. Again, protection of water, because Abitibi has groundwater, it's an aquifer. So I want that noted. Okay, so protection of water, mines are developing, and they're going into territories, and there's a serious threat of water. So I just want that noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So we're going to go to Chief Wabas.
We got Chief Archie Wabas, Wanama Lake First Nation. What we're trying to do is improve our infrastructure in our community. One of them is the water distribution, water plant. Right now, I don't know under what regulation we're operating. And we're talking about the First Nations drinking water legislation. That seems to be halted, like it's not going anywhere. And also, Prime Minister said he's going to get a new legislation. So, and while we have boil water advisories for our communities, BWAs could mean the infrastructure, the water infrastructure is having problems, right? And needing some funding resources to upgrade them to a standard. And in order for the government to improve these infrastructures, they need a bill, a legislation. And right now, the way my community is operating is probably operating under I don't know what under which legislation. Well, anyway, I think the question is the financial resources and the capital investment to improve or build new water infrastructure, right? So I'm trying to understand BWAs, the reasons why we have BWAs. It could be the system, the water system is not is not delivering the water quality, the drinkable water quality, because of the filter, because of the water, because of what you know. I think I think we should go after the capital to improve, upgrade, build new infrastructure for our First Nations. You know, we should advocate for that. Under what law? It doesn't really matter to me. You know, the deal was to the federal government, the crown, was supposed to help our community, and and we shouldn't say, okay, we'll wait for a new legislation to come in, and so we can get capital from it. No, I think they have the obligation and the responsibility to fund the critical essential infrastructures such as water distribution system. I think that approach should we should go with that approach. We need funding to improve and better our infrastructure. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Wabas. Yeah, improvements on water and wastewater infrastructure, distribution systems, lagoons. Yeah, it takes up a lot of capital. One of the things we completed maybe within the last year was the NAN water and wastewater infrastructure needs assessment. It was more of a desktop exercise, but we did get some community data. And what we did there was we worked with First Nations Engineering Services, and they captured what the NAN need is for capital and operation and maintenance. And so that was completed. We'll make sure to share with leadership moving forward. Also, anything to add on that? Sure. Okay. Jamie Saunders, he's our infrastructure manager. He's going to talk about expand on the jurisdictional piece on some of the source water protection you brought up there, Chief Black. Yeah.
Good morning or good afternoon. It's Sherry Taylor, Ogomakweg, Nugamine First Nation. I just wanted to mention too, before we get on to the next topic, in my area, our homeland, you know, we're close to a municipality. And so in this, like the threats to us is the municipality, the infrastructure for us to, um, you know, have more housing, more infrastructure in our community. You know, we're told we're at capacity with the municipality, and there's no way that like ISK doesn't have any plan in order for communities to expand, especially when you're close to a municipality. So those are threats on our water. It's a threat on whether or not we can, you know, what we want to do for our community. That's a direct threat there that I have no control over. The other thing too is the province controls how land is sold, because there's a lot of private land that gets sold in and around our area. And it's a threat to our water supply because they make tourist camps, they do mining on private lands that are right in our homeland, right in our territory. And yet there's no way for us to know those things. So like those are direct threats to our community. And also now you see that there's AI and you know, these data centers that are you see that out west. Who's to say it can't happen? It won't happen in Ontario. So with those data centers and AI, they take a lot of water, and that's a direct threat there too, in regards to water. I know in our community we do have a water declaration, and maybe that's something that we should look at as a whole within NAN, because you look at nuclear waste too. That's going to be coming, you know, could be coming through, and water is the most important, you know, that we need to look at for sure. Let me go ahead.
Thank you, Chief Taylor. I think Jamie was going to expand on some of the jurisdictional items within that presentation.
Thanks, everyone. First of all, thank you, Chief Black, for your comments on the environment. I'm a environmental person by background, and contamination and pollution is very near and dear to my heart. One of the big challenges right now with the prorogation and the removal of Bill C-61 is Bill C-61 did include language around source water protection and the environmental impacts of development, to source water, to the source water to the communities. That was very strongly opposed by the province of Ontario and the province of Alberta, to the point where they did not want the legislation supported because of the language around that. And I'm sure that most individuals around the table understand that reserves being very restricted and the land around them being very expansive and providing the source water, that jurisdiction between provincial and federal boundaries has made it very difficult to legislate the control over the source water piece. And we have worked with Chiefs of Ontario, and the idea would be the reintroduction of Bill C-61 with the original language that supported source water protection in that bill. Now, as the Infrastructure and Housing Department, our focus from the Chiefs Committee and from our direction from the executive has always been on that strictly sort of pipes and linear infrastructure and the public health piece. So, it's hard for us to speak on the environmental piece when our focus is on linear infrastructure, but I certainly want to say that your comments are heard loud and clear, and I would welcome any input from any leadership on how we can support those environmental initiatives outside of the reserve boundary in as the NAN infrastructure and housing department. I think that we have opportunity with bills or with the reintroduction of a legislation to make significant public health gains in communities, but it is going to be very challenging jurisdictionally. And with the development piece, there's going to need to be discussions around those complex interactions between provincial law, federal law, and looking at using, I hate to use the word negotiating with developers, but inserting yourselves into that development process. And I would look to some of the chiefs around the table that have had experience with that to, brainstorm different ideas of how that looks moving forward. So given that it's lunch, I could talk about this stuff for hours on end, and I certainly welcome any discussions individually. And but I know we're all hungry, so please feel free to approach me later. Thank you.
Okay, so here's a suggestion that we break for lunch, grab our lunch and continue on. That's what I'm going to suggest. Just so that we can get to the 1 o'clock item at 1 o'clock. So this is what I'm going to suggest. And yeah, because we still have a lot of items this afternoon, very important items for your consideration and deliberation. I don't see no objections. I don't hear stomachs yet, but I'm sure that's going to be next. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call Elder Rosie to come and do the prayer for the grace for the lunch. Then we'll break and continue on right at 1 o'clock. Okay.
Mira, nananakum, mina we kiskaka minu koak. E ko mina hoe kekse pa ka tauna ma koak se mando. Tita sitka te kan tasni ko non kak chinen da koakin. Ka ant koak no atan shinuak. E ana makin at anda ke konan kayant ka teken. E ko mina e an makeskam ke kona kamamet ne chkatek e kata si chkatek. Mawatas kchine takwan tinat tat nanwak. Ksewat siwnak kakna ke konzoch kanaba chkatek. And situation nakumyan. We mina kaisek chkimawa chidik. Chtastamik. Chamama utastamik an kisma chanwak na nakake kun kayan katek. Michik is na nakumak semanto. Semanto hue mina. Pematsun kamin koak. Eko mina. Pagtanamon. Ksewatsion. Ean makakna ke kun ka and katamuato ni kanihtamakek. Eko mina ukuenwa ka nanaka kaucho wich toat. Kakna chisawena mato. Eanamak eko huekawen nuisananwak. We michum chisawen taman hima monenamo and otatakwak. Eko mina maskausion hima otatakwak. We michum kakoyatan katik ke an nawachinanwak mina panken machi. Pimitasitsikate kan nanaka ke kunan hua ken yapta kiskak. Amiches paksenem kuan. Chisawenem siak. Chikanoenem siak. Kwa ksewatsionek. Kakna ke kun tochka kwek mama ukanoba chikatek. Amiwek nanakumuko. Kakna ke kun kaisikoyatan kehtamausiak. Kume kitchen kasona koche kakna ke konena na kumkon. Amen.
Break till 1 o'clock, 15 minutes.
never asked, but I gave it anyway. Now
So I hope everybody's enjoying their lunch. I see there's still a lineup, so it'll take a few minutes for everybody to grab their food. So we want to get started. I'm looking for Mike McKay. So as soon as Mike makes his way back in, we'll get started. So this will turn into a working lunch. I know when we went through the agenda yesterday, you realized that we had many items to deal with. There was a recommendation on the floor to have working lunch, just so that we can have our meal, but also get through some of our issues. So this is turning into a working lunch, and we really appreciate your support, your dedication for getting through all of our discussions. So I'm just waiting on our next presenter. It will be Mike McKay again. He'll be back. The agenda item is nuclear waste impact assessment process, and it's also an update from the chiefs and the technical action table. So we will have Mike as well as JFK LLP, a law firm that has been assisting on reviewing the nuclear waste discussions. So I'm just waiting on Mike. So we'll give you a few more minutes. But again, it'll be turning into a working lunch once we get started. We'll get everybody to tone down, especially in the back. So maybe about 2 minutes. You got. Oh. Okay, 2 minutes. I couldn't even see. I was here. I'm looking.
it's the you're strong.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Miigwech, welcome back, everybody. We are having a working lunch. Thank you for that. So I know there's discussions happening in the back. If we can tone it down, we'll get into the next presentation. So I'm going to turn it over to Mike McKay, who will introduce the team. Of course, discussion on nuclear waste and impact assessment process. So with that, turn it back to Mike. Miigwech.
Yeah, thank you, Adam, for that. Yeah, they're currently just handing out the presentation deck, also the NAN submission. I know we'll cover that in the presentation, but pretty much I'm just going to hand it over to Jennifer here, and we have JFK Law as well to provide that support in the presentation.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Jennifer Guerreri, Transportation Manager. I'm going to deliver the update on the nuclear waste file. So I want to thank you all for being here today. It's a very important topic, and I'm looking forward to providing you an update on it. Like Mike mentioned, we also have JFK Law here with us to support the conversation. And the submission that was handed out to you in addition to the presentation is the submission made on behalf of NAN to the Impact Assessment Agency on the initial project description. So in November 2025, at the last assembly, Resolution 2546 was passed. It was called Regulatory Process Regarding a Deep Geological Repository for Nuclear Waste near Ignace, Ontario, supporting NAN rights to free, prior, and informed consent. And the 5-phase impact assessment process began on January 5th of this year for the proposed Deep Geological Repository project. Following that, we re-engaged the Chiefs and Technical Action Committee on Nuclear Waste, otherwise known as CTAC. The CTAC committee reviewed the initial project description and provided their input. And the response that was submitted is what you've been given a copy of there. So we wanted to ensure everyone could see what was said and what concerns were raised based on the mandates given by you, the Chiefs in Assembly. We also do have some of the CTAC members here today. So feel free if you'd like to jump in and say anything. You're welcome to. Okay, so I'm going to try and summarize that 12-page document that you have very quickly. So some of the gaps that we noticed is that there were only 5 communities identified as being potentially affected, which is an issue. One of them is a NAN community, Lac Seul, and the rest were in Treaty 3. The IPD did not consider the watershed connection of the broader NAN territory to the DGR site and the transportation corridor in order to get the waste there. We felt the approach was colonial in looking at the risk and impact assessment of the project. There were also legislative gaps. So the Impact Assessment Act requires the proponent to list all activities associated with the operation of a project. So the aim of that is to assess all project impacts in a singular process, which is why it was concerning to us that transportation was not included in the initial project description. As well, there's a failure to uphold UNDRIP. UNDRIP requires the state to seek free, prior, and informed consent on the storage or disposal of hazardous materials in the territories of Indigenous peoples. So right now we're in the planning stage. It's important for everyone to know that the assessment itself has not began, but the planning stage is critical in identifying what needs to be included in the actual assessment. The planning phase itself takes 180 days. The proponent, the Nuclear Waste Management Organization, does have the ability to request a pause in that timeline. On February 16th, the summary of issues was posted on the registry. It provided 30 days for the NWMO to respond. They did respond by March 17th, 2026, so pretty recently. And what's next is the Impact Assessment Agency and the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission will post draft integrated assessment guidelines for comment. Those will outline the studies and information that the NWMO is required to provide. The Impact Assessment Agency will also post a draft cooperation plan, Indigenous engagement and partnership plan, permitting plan, and a public engagement plan for comment. So some of the next steps for us is to maintain communication with the NAN leadership and to update you at every opportunity on the process and where we are at, to continue to identify which dimensions of the project are most concerning to NAN member First Nations, to also identify knowledge holders and experts within the territory to provide perspectives on the impacts of the proposed project, as well as seeking independent technical experts to provide information as needed to support the understanding of potential impacts and to allow NAN to effectively participate in the impact assessment process. Participating in the impact assessment process requires funding, so we will continue to seek capacity funding to ensure our effective participation in the process. And we also may consider a judicial review of the impact assessment decision if necessary. I also wanted to highlight for everyone, there's an upcoming AFN event, May 26th and 27th in Ottawa. It's called AFN Nuclear Waste Management Forum, Navigating Nuclear Waste with Sovereignty and Self-Determination. So I would encourage those that are interested to register. I'm sure it will be, a very good conversation there amongst a lot of the First Nations nationally. It is a national issue, so I would encourage you to participate in that if you're available. And now I'm going to turn it to you to see if you have any questions of myself or JFK in regards to any of the legal aspects of this impact assessment process. Oh, perfect. Go ahead.
Testing. Oh, well, that'll work. Yeah, it's the Chief Gagnon from our land First Nation. Having read the first page of your report here, it says 5 communities only recognized, I hope Maryland's one of them because it's going to be past the through my front yard. I'm saying this because this is coming from the south, and it's all going to come through, NAN territory, 49 communities. And then it's smack dab in the middle of Matawa territory, of which we passed a resolution to oppose the transportation portion of this, of their plan, moving that in. Again, when they only recognize 5, it's always a divide and conquer tactic that they play. And I've stressed this to on other meetings on Bill C5 and Bill 5 on how we need to work collectively to achieve what we our logo says, unity, strength, and success. So I'd like to see this move forward, with all 49 communities intact, and that we oppose this, because I think this is a lot worse than what the Ring of Fire is going to be doing, because a lot of people are opposing that. But I'm not going to get into that discussion right now, but I was just going to say that, at the Matawa Chiefs meeting, our chiefs opposed the transportation portion of transporting that very, very deadly substance in our front yards, backyards. So somewhat more of a question, but I think what we need to do as a nation, and the Aviation nation, is to stand firm, and we fight the battle that is before us, and albeit it's just a transportation portion, but we still need to protect our lands and our future. So I only have just one question. Can you name the 5 communities that are directly involved? If it's no problem.
Yeah, 4 of them are in Treaty 3, but the only one that's in NAN territory is Lac Seul that they consider potentially impacted. And I think, your point has been expressed across, multiple jurisdictions and First Nations and municipalities that there are many more people that would be impacted by the transportation alone of this waste, which was one of the concerns about it not being included in the initial project description, because the waste will be moved from as far as New Brunswick, Quebec, and Southern Ontario. So we're talking pretty vast distances. So there's definitely, as we would consider, many more people potentially impacted.
Yeah, I'll reserve my other thoughts and questions on the Chief's open forum. I know Archie wants one as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Chief Taylor.
Good afternoon. Sherry Taylor, Okomakweg, and Ugamin First Nation. I was thinking about, with IAC, they, we submitted to them that, it's wrong for them to kind of just leave out the rest of our communities that are going to be impacted by the transportation of nuclear waste. And I'm thinking about some of the work that we're doing between Matawa and the Mushkegowuk communities in regards to Ring of Fire, the regional assessment tool that we're working on together. And maybe that's something that we should be considering to do with nuclear waste, because the way their assessment processes are between Canada and Ontario, they're pretty limited. It's like a specific area is where they want to, focus on. It doesn't give you the whole picture. And I think that's what we need. We need to have a say also. It needs to be a process that has the First Nations at the table, and it has the government at the table. And maybe that's the process that we need to look at in order for our needs and for us to have a say as to, the reasons why we have such, that we don't want to see this happen. We don't want to see it, transports to be crashing on the highways, and, those types of, that material waste that goes into it could be very devastating for a lot of us, not only us as people, but those that are out on the land and in the water. So I think that's something that we should be considering also with this nuclear waste. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think that's a great point, and that's something we can discuss at the next CTAC, which we'll have to reconvene everyone in the near future as we move through the process. Chief Bousis?
Good morning, Jennifer. Just got a comment and a question here. Where does the government or what does he look at the highways? Right now, I have my membership traveling right now, and they're stuck because the highway's closed. It seems like it's everyday accident, and there's no plan for this nuclear waste that's going to be traveling with our brothers and sisters that live in the road access. Plus, it will affect the waters because the waters goes everywhere. It's a big vein from Mother Earth is the water, and that's going to be impacted. It flows every community. Everybody uses water because the way I understand nuclear waste is a lot of radiation on it. We have enough diseases already. Like diabetes, cancer, we have enough of those already. And these ones, this nuclear waste will create more. It will impact our wildlife, our lands, because there is two in the world right now with nuclear waste. And if you check on Europe, there a lot of people are getting sick because they think it was a good energy. Now they start to realize it's a lot of radiation in it. And I don't think we want to be in that stage. I know it provides energy, but there's a lot of radiation in it. It's a long side effects with this nuclear waste, and it's a big impact to the access road municipalities. The highway 11 and 17 runs in the middle of Dryden. How even in Thunder Bay. So I don't know how these municipalities stands with it. I know a lot of them are probably not happy with it. And yeah, we should put a
another resolution to oppose this. Because not everybody knows what nuclear waste is. You know, it's not interpreted properly. You know, there's a lot of information missing. You know, it's a project. That's all you know is a project. But inside of the project, what does it do? I think these are the things we have to find out. So may I make a
Thank you, Chief.
Miigwech.
Part of the work of the CTAC is to engage technical experts that will help us better understand the impacts and I think also communicate them to the leadership so that everyone is as informed as they can be on the proposed project. Your sentiments about the transportation have been echoed widely. It has to be included. There were, I think, over 900 submissions to the registry, a lot of them on behalf of, nations themselves, but all pretty much echoing that same concern that it needs to be included. And there definitely are potential health impacts. So I appreciate you sharing your concerns and we look forward to continuing to involve the leadership in the process as it moves forward.
Okay. Saul Atlukin, next, please. Could you say your First Nation as well?
I don't know about my fellow chiefs here. They don't, maybe it's the sweater. They don't share this. Anyway, Chief Adlukan, the Yamatang First Nation. When you talk about the regional assessment or any kind of environmental assessment, I think we see in Bill C5 and C5 that a lot of those special economic zones will be fast-tracked despite what it says in those environmental assessment legislation that's put in place there. And this is, I think, where we need to be very careful. I just want to also mention that we wrote the last letter last week into the regional assessment process with the that was the Webekwe access road that was just done. I guess it's called Webekwe Service Road. That was just done. We thoroughly reviewed that. I mean, some of the items we've got to be very careful about. There are so many deficiencies in that, regional assessment, environmental assessment going that way. And we forwarded them to the chiefs in those areas. We did Martin Falls a few months ago. The reason why we did that is, it was just so, it's evident that Ontario wants to move in as quickly as they can without having a thorough, and that everybody should be, that is in agreement to proceed with that. So it's not to say that we want to stop the development there, but we got to protect our land within our territories. We don't know also, it doesn't specifically specify if it's only going to be for industrial supply access road in that study. So and also it doesn't say anything at all, who's going to have control over that road? There's very many, I should have brought the letter we wrote outlining some of the stuff, reasoning why we wrote and those deficiencies to be out there with the First Nations that are working there and the study that was done. So we are going to be expecting some, feedback from the First Nations in that area that are affected. And the other reason why we did that is if anything ever happened in that territory, all
the especially fuel spill or anything else, the tributaries flow right down to the Albany River. So we need to be very mindful and be very careful in how we proceed forward in that area. And same thing with nuclear waste. It will destroy acres and acres, and river systems are going every which direction if that ever happens. Now, what happens to the land for our kids and kids unborn? The things that we enjoyed in northwestern Ontario. Yes, I believe we should develop, but we got to do it in a way, and we got to do it in partnership with them. And the other thing that I want to mention, I'm sure some of you are aware of that, Yabmatong First Nation has now a table with Ontario. The reason for that is, and they agreed to it, that we would sit at the same table as they plan the development, no matter what it may be. And we can put our opinions on those development areas, whether it's forestry, whether it's all everything that we need to do. They need to be more transparent. Right now, what happens is that all of a sudden we see a study that's been complete. I think Matawa Chiefs will clearly remember that when they did the IESO study for energy grid going up north, we weren't even aware of that, and that's going to our territory, by the way. You know, so that's as now, and we tabled that as a First Nation. This can't happen. This is, yes, we need energy, but let's do it together where we can all be in agreement, that we be more transparent. And this is what's happening with the nuclear too. You know, we got to be involved in it no matter where we are as Indigenous people. And now we're going to be a big change in northwestern Ontario when the Ring of Fire goes in. And it's not going to be the way we see it today. In particular, the reason why I say that is if we don't have control. We need to have control. We need to have a seat at the table as we move forward with Ontario and Canada. Because they don't have no regard for the Indigenous people that live there. That is our land. We say it's our land. Well, let's do something about it and slow it down a bit and be there at the table so we have some measure of control and be involved in the discussions with whatever's going to happen in northwestern Ontario. We got a lot of river systems. We got fish that are going to die if anything happens. Look at right now the simple fact that there's a dam upriver from us. When there's when there is, say, not enough water in the springtime, the water is pretty low. And on top of that, they have to dam it up there, so the diversion has to go up St. Joe's the other way. We don't have no water. I'm sure people down the river from us will attest to that. Mm-hmm. We can't even navigate a smaller motor up the rapids in the last 3 years. Now, what does that do to the fish? Do they say anything to us about that? Or are they gonna, No. They just go ahead with it. They're more worried about power through water energy in southern Ontario and beyond. So we need to start talking about those kind of things, whether you live nearby or not, because everybody gets affected by that. So the little things that are happening, that might have happened, we're down OPG, we're grievance court. We're going to court with that, and hopefully we're going to be successful and do a study on that, see how it affected our lands in our traditional territory. So we got to be very careful. I'm just encouraging the chiefs and people that are present that if we don't do anything in 10 years, we're not going to see, it's going to be quite different from what we see today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, please go ahead, June.
Chief June Black, Abitibi, Anishinaabe Nation. In listening to all these discussions, I remember in 2006, you might have to do a little bit of research here, but in 2006, there were elders that came together to discuss a nuclear waste project. They were meeting in various places. I remember one time, I believe it was in Garden River in Sault Ste. Marie. And the reason why I know this is because one of the elders that sat on that, I don't know if it was a committee or who they actually were, but this elder told me that he was sitting at this table and they were discussing nuclear waste. Now, he was a ceremonial elder, so I'm sure that the report from that would be very valuable to these First Nations here for this proposed nuclear waste facility or whatever it's properly called. But I think it'd be in their best interest to acquire that report. And the individual that I knew, which was ceremonial, was Tommy Matnas, and he was from Constance Lake First Nation. I know some of you probably remember him, but he's deceased now, so I can't ask him. But if you could do that, that would be, I think, very helpful. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief. We will definitely look for that report.
Miigwech, are there any further questions or comments? Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Rodney Howe, proxy for Poplar Hill. I have to be careful what I say because my family all works for nuclear waste. I grew up in Wabigoon First Nation, that's where I live, and I understand the entire process. I understand all the ceremonies our First Nation went. And when our community had a vote to go to the next stage, it was the young people that said yes to the process. They were educated. They were informed. So I'm asking Anishinaabe Nation, as we go through these impact assessments, we need to make sure that we hear from the right experts, not people that are opposing it, but experts in the field of nuclear waste. That's what we need to hear from, because that's where the government is getting their feedback from. The people that know the dangers and also there's benefits. And I spoke to the chief of Fort Hope about this, even though I don't like his jersey and his team. But for me, when I hear my grandkids talk about getting into the field of nuclear waste, my 13-year-old grandkid having that dream of becoming a scientist, because I sat on the plane with Rickford, the Premier of Ontario's right-hand man who's going around negotiating with First Nations with the Ring of Fire. And like somebody had said in this circle, they are taking one of each First Nation at a time and conquering you guys. That is what has happened in my territory. Let me take it one step further as a politician. Now I'm going to put my political hat on because I was a politician back when I was 20 years of age and I walked away from it. The fact that in my treaty area, our First Nation was receiving money from nuclear waste and our chiefs really didn't realize what that meant. I can tell you, I believe NAN has been receiving money, correct? For years. And that can be twisted on you guys as chiefs, that you support what is happening because you've accepted that funding. So my question today is this. Somebody had mentioned that you need money for assessments moving forward. Where is that money coming from? It better not be coming from nuclear waste because they can turn it around and say eventually you guys were on our side. They are handing out money left and right to the First Nations if you want to jump in and learn about it. I know that for the last several years, and the chief here, a friend of mine, I told him that the nuclear waste is next door here. They hauled it from Manitoba exactly on the same roads that they're gonna haul it back on. It's gone through Dryden, it's gone through Thunder Bay, it's gone through your territories back to Toronto. Did you know that? It's been happening for the last X amount of years. I can't tell you how many years. So they've experimented already the process on how they're gonna transport this waste. And there hasn't been any crashes because they have such detailed plans, exercises on how to transport that. I'm against it because my mother is against it, even though she's passed on and she's from Lac Seul, because she is also concerned about the water. And as safe as they present it, I'm just hoping that the premier doesn't do what he's doing to the island down here and declare that zone when you guys drive down from Dryden to Thunder Bay. You know, when you go in that super highway where the big rock cut is, that is sort of the area, 20 kilometers off the highway is where the site is gonna be. And we need to be asking, are they fast tracking this process? I don't hear this from NAN. I have inside information I can't share with you guys. But is there a fast track to make this happen? Because this is going to benefit not only Canada, but the town of Dryden, the town of Ignis. You can see it happening in the First Nation of Wabigoon, right? And Treaty 3, more communities are jumping on board because we don't want to sit aside and see it happen without us benefiting from it. So there's a fine balance as chiefs, right? We want to protect the youth and the future generations, but at the same time, you have to take a stand now. Now you cannot wait any longer because things are going to move forward with us or without us. And that's the challenge we have today. How far is this process gone? Is it gone too far already where we can't stop it? That's what I'm laying out to you as chiefs. In my community of Poplar Hill, they are opposing it. And that's my message today. I'm their spokesperson today. And that's what they sent me here to say, that we need to protect the water. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to touch on one point in regards to the funding. The resolution that was passed back in November gave the mandate to explore potential funding options.
Miigwech, there's room for one more comment or question from the delegates? Yes, June.
Chief June Black, Abitibi Anishinaabe Nation. I just want to bring everybody's attention to our meeting that we had in Timmins at the Northern College. Remember that? And we discussed this. And I think the majority of the chiefs were not supporting that project. Now, I don't want to say, you know, I know this is an economic development thing for the First Nations, some First Nations, but I think when the question was brought forward at that time, that we were in opposition. So I just wanted that to be noted. Miigwech.
Thank you.
Chief Archie here. I have a concern of nuclear waste to be in close to our area because of the environmental damages it will have, not just the environment, to the people as well. It's very unknown in terms of what will happen. My understanding was we oppose it. We oppose nuclear waste to be around here, to be in our area, and I still stand by that. What I would like to hear is our campaign in the opposition of no nuclear waste. Where are we at on our campaign? Like no campaign, no nuclear waste campaign. Are we sending letters to the people that are making decisions? What are we doing? Are we having a meeting with them, or just follow what they're doing. We should have our own agenda too, like our agenda should be no nuclear waste. And gather up all the people that oppose that. And the other strategy is look at the MPP, MP districts and elect those that will help us in the next election. You know, and that's what I think. So I would like to hear, where are we at no nuclear waste campaign? Based on the report that I'm getting, we're not, I don't know if we're doing anything. All right, I got you.
Thank you, Chief. Good question. Right now, we're in, like we said, the early planning stage of the impact assessment process, and we're trying to be as involved as we can in that. As far as reaching out or, building allies with other communities, PTOs potentially, those questions I would defer to Deputy Metatuabin in his role having the file. But I do think that there's benefit in that, for sure. There is pretty widespread opposition for numerous reasons. Some are related to the transportation, some are more related to the water concerns. And I think it would be helpful for us to show how strong that opposition actually is. So not only within the territory, but, we're talking about the distances from as far as New Brunswick that it's going to be shipped. So I'm sure there are many, many First Nations that it is going to pass through their territory.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Frank McKay, a proxy for Sachigo Lake First Nation. I just have a few comments and a question to the delegation here in relation to this discussion. I know that nuclear power is where we get the power from, to energize our homes and so forth. I sit on the Wate board and where that power we get from connected to is from nuclear power. So, I know that some of the communities want to find alternative, alternatives like running the river systems, solar power and wind power, to supply that power. But what I wanted to know is, what is the alternative if we don't have, we're opposing nuclear power to power our homes and so forth in the north? What is the alternative plan that we have in order to continue having power for our communities? I know that there's concerns in relation to the safety of our communities. The damages that it can do to the environment if it's ever leaked or anything like that. I don't know. The ones that I have very limited knowledge in relation to how unsafe is that waste, that's going to be transported through our territories, and now we know that it's being transported for quite some time now through the highways that are in our territories, and I haven't heard any disasters yet. That haven't in our territory in relation to nuclear power waste being in an accident of some sort along the way on the roads. So I'm just asking to see if we're also looking at alternative methods instead of using nuclear power in the future. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Yeah, I think you raise a really good point. That is why we need to bring in the technical experts and, to proxy of Poplar Hill, that they be unbiased in looking at the real risks of this. I agree. We should be exploring what are the alternatives as opposed to just not in my backyard. You know, what are the other options out there that could provide the same level of energy that's needed? So I think your point about it being shipped already, yes, to some degree. The scale we're talking about with this project is quite a bit more. And I think, you know, the plan to build a reactor in Alberta and the plan to invest further in small modular reactors is going to also increase the shipment of waste across this country.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want
You
to
hold
add
that for a second.
also there's more plans now to have these modular nuclear power plants. That's how they plan to provide power to the Ring of Fire, and also other sites that they're looking at that these small modular power plants will be installed, and they're more, I guess, convenient, you know, for the projects that they're undertaking within our territory. And there's going to be more waste around. And when does it become really dangerous to the environment and to the people? That's what we need to find out in terms of how much do we allow, or how much should nuclear power, these modular units also be approved by, or be approved our community, and how what's the risks involved in those things? Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm not going to pretend to be the nuclear scientist up here, but I mean, I do know that the small modular reactors use a different form of uranium. So there's some concerns about how they would intend to store that waste at its end of life. And it is important to note that they also have, they haven't entered this process yet, but they're discussing a second site already that they're going to need in addition to the first one due to the volume of waste. So, you know, I would expect as we continue to invest further in it, they're going to have to find more sites in order to store it.
Miigwech, Chief Archie.
You know, I've never heard during the construction or study, community consultation, when our hydro transmission line was being planned, I've never heard about the nuclear waste. And I don't think we trade to get the power to our communities up north. Trade, we didn't accept. I don't know if we accept that. So nobody ever explained that. So I don't think there was any arrangement to allow nuclear waste to be in a close proximity in our area. So I would argue with that point. Like I don't think that's the reason why we wanted power, is to allow nuclear waste to be in our area. We want nuclear power so we can save cost on transportation of diesel fuel. And it was really, our infrastructure was really getting out of hand in terms of diesel generated power systems. So anyway, and the other point I wanted to mention is why Ontario is increasing hydro power demand is because they're distributing power to USA. They're lighting up New York State with a lot of power, and they're going to need more nuclear reactors to generate more power. They want to sell power to the states. If they didn't do that, if they just serve Ontario, I think we would be okay and manageable. But it seems to me that the greed of Ontario government seems to be at play here. They want more. They want to sell more power so they can get more money, especially to the states. So that's my argument. All right, you guys, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate you raising that point.
Good day. Next, Peter Beck, Robert Nakaji.
Chief Robert, thanks. Just one question regarding what was shared in the nuclear being transported through our territory. Were you aware? Anybody aware? Besides Rodney?
We were made aware of shipments involving medical supplies, like for medical purposes. But beyond that, maybe not to the degree that Rodney expressed. So I'd be interested in learning more. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a real follow-up. There was a nuclear site just on the other side of the Manitoba-Ontario border. They decommissioned that site several years ago and have been hauling that waste through our territory for the last, I don't know how many years, many years. And once in a while, on wonderful Facebook, people will take a picture of a truck that has a nuclear waste sign on the back of it, saying it's radioactive waste they're hauling. So it's been happening for years. Our treaty area knows that, but it's been happening.
Thank you.
Miigwech, I believe Gary had a comment first, and then we can go to Deputy Grand Chief.
Okay, bonjour. I just want to make a last comment. I know today's society and the world, we got new challenges. I haven't heard about the climate change, and that's going to really impact our lives. It is already it's unstable ground. You have all of a sudden an earthquake where it never happens. These are the things we have to be looked at, because we don't know what's going to happen in the future. It's already impacting our lives. The water, the snow, the Mother Earth is acting. And that's what we have to be careful on. Yes, there's been industries before, but the new world that's happening is climate change. It's very impacting with our winter roads already. It's very limited. You see, like the amount of snow we have. Probably next year, I don't know what we're going to have next year. And that's where this thing is going to really impact us. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief.
Miigwech, Gary, for your comments on trying to plan with climate uncertainty. Next, we're going to follow up with Mike Matadawabin, please.
Miigwech, good afternoon. I wish we had answers for the questions that you raised. And I'm having a hard time with this one because the way I described it in these last couple of years after receiving the file, this train was sitting there idling. And I know that resolutions were passed in opposition. And now this train is it got put into gear to move forward. And now we're only beginning to kind of say something about it. I appreciate all the feedback, all the questions that you raised. On the campaign side of things, I asked that question too. I was very curious too as to what the surrounding municipalities would be saying, or what position they were taking. One of the things that I found out, Timmins recently in speaking to a former municipal leader, they had explored that on their own, but they didn't qualify. So this topic is been ongoing, but unfortunately we've done nothing about it here at the NAN level, and it's almost like we're just starting. So, and I don't like that part. Also, in regards to campaigns, I don't know if you've noticed, but Ontario has been blitzing the screen, showcasing, promoting nuclear energy, showcasing how this will drive the economy, boost the economy. What's so sad about it is that mainstream citizenship in Ontario or across the country, I don't know if they know, I don't know if they care, I don't know if they're aware. Because it's so easy, you just click on a light switch, there you go. But do they understand the risk? Do they understand our concerns? All I know is that the famous word, the famous acronym that's used is not in my backyard. And so therefore, Northern Ontario is an ideal location to store this stuff. Out of sight, out of mind. Unfortunately, we're the ones that are out of sight, out of mind. So to try to answer some of the questions about campaigning, I put that suggestion forward that we seek out the municipality, the Northern Ontario Municipality Association, to make a presentation to see where they're at with it. We also would like to seek out First Nations. As you indicate, the Treaty 3, they're supportive to some degree or something like that. So there is quite a bit of work to do to catch up. Why it didn't move on our part, I can't answer that. But the file was just handed over to us, and we're beginning to work on it. Transportation is naturally a very big concern for us. It's going to go through our territory, but as was pointed out, it's been happening these last, whatever, how many decades? Do we pay attention? I don't know. Last time there was an incident with the highways was when they spilled PCB somewhere near Dryden back in around 1985. They tore up that highway. And this was only PCBs. Not to say that the PCBs is not dangerous. But they went all out and tore up that section of highway, cleaned it up. Now imagine a scenario like that happening somewhere along the corridors. And there's only 2 corridors for highway. Highway 11, Highway 17. And then we only have 1 bridge that we cross to connect, to carry on to Thunder Bay from Nibbigan. Only 1 bridge. And what we hear is that they're concerned about security. That's why they won't divulge any transportation plans. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out your limitations on transportation. There's only 1 bridge that connects the 2 highways. and maybe 2 railroad bridges that connect the 2 railroad lines crossing the country. So transportation, it crosses all our territory, all our waterways. So there's a lot of work to be done, a lot of research. I'm very concerned myself. I don't even like the idea. I don't know whatever became of Fukushima, that incident in Japan. It happened, and then it just there was no conclusion. They didn't tell us if they capped it. Then there was an incident with Chernobyl. So those are things that come to mind when I think about nuclear waste. This is forever. This is forever, way beyond our lifetime, way beyond our 7-generation lifetime. So I view it as a threat, concern, and I hope we can do something. I don't know. I hate to think of, I don't know what will happen down the road. We don't know. As far as I know, our little planet goes around in circles around the sun, and it's been doing that for millions of years. And then mankind will cause the implosion because of nuclear. I don't know. I don't know. So, but in our capacity, in our work, we will do our best to safeguard, protect the interests of our people. Miigwech.
Miigwech for your comments and for clarifying, Mike Matatawaban. I just want to be mindful of the time. It is now 2 p.m. and we have to continue forwards with our agenda. However, I do recognize that Sunny has one final comment before we proceed, and I encourage that we continue these discussions beyond this meeting. So, yes, and the Grand Chief will close off following Sunny's comment. Miigwech.
Well, actually, it's a comment and a question as well. You know, we do have First Nations that are in approval of this. And we do have a lot of First Nations that are against it. Where do we go with that? Are we going to be dictating to the people that approve it to say no? I mean, they must have had a good thought out on what they want to do and what benefits they're going to have. You know, and it's unfortunate, you know, especially with the transportation of it, because on our highway, there was another accident today on Highway 11 up by Kirkland Lake. I mean, every day there's accidents, sometimes 2, 3, 4. A lot of people are dying on that highway. And with them transporting this nuclear waste through our territories as well, you know, something will happen, definitely. And, you know, but what can we do? You know, because if there's First Nations that approve of it already or in agreement, I mean, are we in that position to dictate, to tell them no? I mean, if that would be my community, I'd be arguing back as well. I would be saying, well, no, you guys are not going to be dictating in my community whatsoever. That's our job. You know, I'm sure they're thinking like that too. You know, it is a dangerous factor, you know, when it comes to nuclear waste. We all know that. But the principle is we're stuck. You know, a lot of the communities, the municipalities are against it as well. They know the safety hazards of it, and they see, especially with the transportations, you know, with the trucks going back and forth. I mean, like I said, you know, 2, 3 accidents every day. Life is ended. I mean, kids too as well. I mean, sure as hell is gonna be accidents, gonna be a lot of them too. But I mean, you know, it's a concern with everybody for nuclear waste, but then again, I gotta think, you know, if we were, you know, if my First Nation ever came into an agreement like that, you know, would I feel comfortable with other First Nations saying no? If it would benefit our community, which is wrong, you know, because you look at the concept of nuclear waste. It's not a good thing, but I don't feel comfortable trying to dictate to some other First Nation, my sister First Nation or any First Nation to say, no, you cannot do that. You know, it's we're in a pickle, unfortunately, but you know, I'm not in support of it, that's for sure, but you know, it's a fact out there that that's, you know, being questioned by them themselves. Thank you.
Miigwech, for your closing comment and question, and bringing forth this notion of who are we to impede on other nations' self-determinations, their rights to sovereignty and their decisions, and the need for communication. Miigwech for raising that. I'd like to pass it over to Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler to continue and to close this discussion. Miigwech.
Yeah, miigwech, chiefs, for your comments and your feedback. I just want to acknowledge our team, to thank them for all the information that they prepared to be able to give you this update this afternoon. You've been very clear, like even going back 30 years, 35 years of your position, that you want to let the world know that the Stuyvesant Nation will be a nuclear-free zone. And you've been consistent over the years, even as recently as last year. Matawa passed a resolution unanimously, making that declaration again. And the work has gone on. There's a lot of work that is being done to support that position. And I remember one of the meetings we had, I think it was last year, we were talking about funding. How do we support the work that you're telling us to do without having to go beg for money with the Nuclear Waste Management Group or the organization? I think it was Chief Abbas that made that comment, that we shouldn't compromise our position by asking for money from this group that's going to transport and dump the material within our region. And because of that direction, we've had to find our own money within NAN to support the work that is being done. And that's something that we will continue to do, to maintain that position and not to compromise that position. So I just want to give you, just on behalf of our team, to the leadership of the Stuyvesant Nation, that the work will go on. We don't know how the process will unfold, but we want to make sure that we are doing whatever we can to support the work and to ensure that the positions that you've taken over the last 25, 30 years, 35 years are heard and respected. And that is something that we will make sure happens as we move forward with this process. So miigwech for listening to our update and for the feedback, and we will again report back to you, I'm sure, but our next assembly, even this summer at the QN conference.
Thank you, Grand Chief, for your final comments on this very important topic that is going to affect our community. So at this time, I'm going to hand it over to Adam for the next topic.
Miigwech, Connie, and miigwech, Mike and team, for the presentation. So we're going to turn the page. Another very important item. This one is an update on the OFA, the Ontario Final Agreement. We got a little bit of information yesterday, but I think we have more of an update for today. So I'm going to invite Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse to come up, provide an update on the tribunal hearings, the timeline, the funding, a little bit more information. I think Deputy Narcisse is going to be joined by Nicole Kinzel. So the second part of that presentation is the off-reserve class action. So there is a motion to seek leave to intervene in that class action. And this is something that we've been hearing strongly, that when you talk about your people are on and off reserve, that your off reserve people are still your people. And so that's what this is all about. Now there's, for that part of the presentation, there's sort of a legal strategy. There might be some legal discussions. So there's a requirement to go in camera for that, just to turn off the live feed. Any government, media, industry would need to leave, but everybody else can stay. So that's the second part. But the first part is public information. So I'll turn it over to Deputy Narcisse to get into it. And then once we move on, I'll ask for a motion to go in camera. So, Deputy.
Bonjour. Wachier. Ani. Nin Bobby Narcisse, Nijna Kaz. Good morning. Good afternoon. I don't know what time it is now, but before I get into my PowerPoint, I just have some opening remarks I'd like to really convey to you all. Yeah, so there's been a lot of movement with respect to the work that's happening within social services across our territory as well. I'd really like to acknowledge the leadership that's here from each of our communities. I know for the past few months, we've been working with Chiefs of Ontario and our member partners as well, looking at like what the OFA is, what does it mean, what are some of the roles and responsibilities are going to change as a result of the Ontario final agreement. And I know that each First Nation is in various stages of development and also stages of understanding what's this OFA going to mean. So we're continuing that work. I'd like to really acknowledge our staff for doing all these information sessions. I know we've been to individual community sessions the past few months as well, and we want to continue doing that as well. I know we're heading to Fort Albany next week as well, and we're planning on going to Niskandiga and other communities as well as you see fit. So, so what we're talking about, I know we're under a bit of a time strain here. So we are here to talk about the Ontario Final Agreement and Long-Term Reform of First Nations Child and Family Services Program in Ontario. Okay, so the overview of our presentation is basically the update of the final agreement on long-term reform on First Nations Child and Family Services in Ontario. Part two, also the implementation of the OFA. So we're going to have Nicole Kinzel come up and walk you through what it means in terms of the implementation of the OFA. And of course, we want to get into the very important part of us seeking intervener status for the appeal process of the off-reserve case. Now, it's not certified as of yet. So in other areas of the country, it has been accepted in other courts for this off-reserve process, but not in Ontario. So right now, the Ontario process sort of dismissed the case for off-reserve. So what we're doing right now is appealing that decision, and we have a lot of arguments that support that we should appeal it, and that it's very important because we heard you chiefs around the table that, you know, I know that the OFA centers on reserve. It's on reserve. And so we need to really ensure that our off-reserve membership is also protected as well. And that's why we want to get your mandate to seek intervener status on that. So we'll get into a little bit more as we go ahead with that. As you heard the Grand Chief earlier on, past couple of days as well, there's going to be a significant announcement that the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal is finally going to come up with that decision. And we heard just very recently that they're going to be coming up with a decision on Monday. We're getting like written confirmation at 10 a.m. On Monday morning, and also it'll be made public at noon on Monday as well. So we're inviting you chiefs as well to, oh, sorry. Yeah. So the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal will issue that decision in writing to be shared at 12 p.m. on Monday. And we want to have a public event from 1 to 3 p.m. We're working on a space. I believe we're going to have it here at the Chelsea. So it's going to be from 1 to 3 p.m. in afternoon here in Toronto. We're looking to secure a venue. Like I said, hopefully we'll have it here at the Chelsea. So we want to invite you all to come and really participate in this monumental announcement from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. We're willing to cover the costs. So please let us know if you wish to be part of this very important discussion that's going to happen as well. Grand Chief, did you want to say? Okay, all right, so. Okay, so. So I'm just told by the Grand Chief that the ORC is here too, and he's going to be inviting all the regional chiefs from Ontario as well. So this is a big monumental occasion with respect to the Ontario process. We'll be hearing from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, and we're inviting you all to really participate in this very important announcement that's going to happen on Monday as well. With that, I just want to really also take this opportunity. Also, really want to take this opportunity to really acknowledge the journey as well. I know I get a little shooken up by that as well. Not because I do Elvis, but I get shooken up because I remember the journey that brought us here as well. And I remember all the people, all the stakeholders that's been here. And I like to really acknowledge our Chiefs Committee on Children, Youth, and Families, who's brought us to this as well, and you chiefs as well, because the Chiefs Committee brings the recommendations to this body, and the chiefs really acknowledge and give us the mandate to do this very important work. So we'd like to really acknowledge you on this area. But also I'd like to really acknowledge the Chiefs Committee at this moment, Chief Merle Loon, Chief Lorraine Crane, Chief Dolores Kakagamic with her proxy, Rachel Anishinaabe. Also, Chief Leonard Makizik, and also his proxy, Lydia Mikas, who's also been a staff with us during this journey. Also, our ever vocal, also Chief Sonny Batiste, who's been also very instrumental at the tribunal level as well. Chief Anna Marie Beardy, Chief Gary Quissis as well, and his proxy, Chris Munias. Also from Mishkegwick, we'd like to acknowledge the very work being done by Deputy Grand Chief Natasha Martin. We also like to acknowledge the agencies as well that has been helping guiding this work with the Thelma Morris from Tikanagan, Kristen Murray from Kuna Winamano, Irene Tomatuk from Peokatano as well. And I know that we acknowledged our youth as well this morning. The Shkadzik Council also has a seat at our CCCYF. And over the years, we'd like to acknowledge Lyndon Wabus, Mallory Solomon, Andrea Linklater Yesno, who's also part of our group. Also like to acknowledge the work that our elders have also guided us in this work, especially Elder Stella Shimmons, Lucy Long-Peter. But we also like to honor the memory and guidance of those other elders that were there, that helped guide the work as well. And also leadership. Earl Chichu has been a guiding force on the Chiefs Committee. We really like to acknowledge and his memory and his legacy as well. Earl Chichu, thank you. Helen Cromartie, you know, we miss Aunt Helen that did this work. Also, just recently, Aaron Terrio, you know, from our community in Aroland. And, you know, we acknowledge the work that up until the very end, the past couple of weeks, like he was at our Chiefs Committee on Children, Youth, and Families, guiding that work. And we acknowledge all the support that he did there as well. And especially with our national process, I know it didn't really go as well. Murray Sinclair also facilitated the work with the FSA. So we'd like to acknowledge the work that Murray Sinclair and his legacy has really left on us as well. And the fact of the matter is, like, we sought intervener status within the OFA because of our remoteness. You know, we've heard from this table before that, you know, the cost of doing business and supporting our families and the cost of food and gas and all these different things are immense challenges because of the cost of our remoteness. And that's one of the reasons why we were granted intervener status. And I'd like to acknowledge the fact that we did develop a groundbreaking technique in terms of quantifying remoteness within child welfare called the RQ, the remoteness quotient. And that is like groundbreaking research that we're using to quantify remoteness. When the OFA does come into effect, you will see that each community, each First Nation will have its remoteness quotient also addition to your funds that are there. Never before has this happened in other areas. Before, we used to use the RAMA formula that just said 10% remoteness, and if you're over the 50th parallel, you get that. But what about our other road access communities? So those are other groundbreaking areas that, you know, our Chiefs Committee and our technicians have really moved forward on. And I'd like to acknowledge Marty Cook and David Stiff, who helped us in terms of developing the remoteness quotient in that area. I'd also like to acknowledge the fact that our legal counsel, Faulkner's, Julian Faulkner, we also have like Megan Daniel and Aaron McMahon, and also David Schwartz, who's been very instrumental and really representing our needs at the tribunal level. So I don't think we would have gotten as far as we did with the tribunal without with the help of our legal team as well. I'd like to also acknowledge, you know, the work at Chiefs of Ontario. My cohort over there with guiding this file over the past few years has been Grand Chief Joel Abram and his staff as well, especially at Chiefs of Ontario, the work of Finn Samard, and also their legal team led by Maggie Wente and Sinead Dearman and others as well. I know that there's a lot of other people that we need to really acknowledge, especially our NAN staff as well. You know, the work with Nicole Kinzel and her staff as well, Robin Quadrigan. And so there's a lot of people that we want to really acknowledge in this very informative work. And also at the same time too, the work that's been happening at the community level and all the work that, and the chiefs here that given us the mandate. It's been an honor and privilege to be on this journey with you. And like Grand Chief said, this is not a perfect agreement. There's a lot of still gaps and challenges that we still have to overcome, but we want to walk with you to identify those gaps and those areas. We want to work with our agencies as well, because there's going to be changes to those roles and responsibilities. We heard that agencies will be getting various changes to their funding as well, but we want to ensure that you know, we work with Tikanagan, that we work with Peokatano and Kuna Winamano, because they have a very important role as well. But now with the emerging, you know, work with our band reps and our prevention dollars going to our First Nation, you know, post-majority care issues, we still have to be cognizant of that. And I just want to get right into the presentation there, I want to introduce Nicole Kinzel to walk us through what are some of those changes that we're going to have. But also at the same time too, I'd just like to acknowledge all the First Nations who are making those initial steps in sort of opening up those offices in various communities. I know that Deer Lake also had their opening. Weagamau just finished their band rep community offices in their community. They had an opening ceremonies over there. There's a lot of communities that are doing in the same footsteps. Abitibi First Nation is constructing a beautiful building over there that's going to support their families. And we hear all these different testimonials that are happening. So we acknowledge the work that's going to happen, but we want to walk with you to, make sure that you are aware of some of the changes and what are the supports that you may need to get this off the ground. So with that, I'm going to ask Nicole Kinzel to walk you through some of the other areas that are happening here. So Nicole? Mic down.
Miigwech. Hi, my name is Nicole Kinzel. I'm the Director of Social Services Strategic Advancement at Anishinaabe Aski Nation. So thank you all for being here and having me up here today, Miigwech. So I would just like to introduce the first part of our presentation, which will be done by Faulkner's LLP. So we'll have Julian Faulkner lead that, and that's the update on the final agreement on the long-term reform of First Nations Child and Family Services program in Ontario. Miigwech.
So, first of all, I just want to acknowledge the sacred items, including the drum in the room, and want to thank the elders for their remarks, the Women's Council and the youth. And I want to acknowledge that I am here with the good graces of the Mississauga of the Credit on these lands. So, Chiefs, I have had the honor of representing Anishinaabe Aski Nation in respect of the proceedings before the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal since 2016. Meaning, no, I don't dye my hair, and yes, I'm really old. I can't emphasize enough how, and I mentioned it yesterday, how things have come to a head. And I'm talking really fast because I'm hoping my friend Chief Bobby from Fort Albany doesn't start making jokes about me. The whole work around the remoteness quotient was all theoretical, right? I mean, we've been doing this for years. And we are literally on the doorstep of turning the theory into concrete help for children. And as we wrapped up proceedings at the end of February 26th, I had the honor of standing beside Chief Batiste while he spoke to the tribunal in the most real way you could ever imagine. And I have heard on very reliable information that the tribunal was very moved by Chief Batiste. And I want to say this, that what has gone on, this tension between those who do not favor the direction that you have, as chiefs, have passed and have mandated, the tension between those who do not support the direction you have chosen and your decisions, that tension can't possibly be about, whether one side or one set of people have more of an interest in the welfare of children versus the other, right? Because everyone cares about their children and children generally. It's almost impossible not to find people that genuinely care. The point is, at the end of the day, whose call is this to make? Whose call is this to make? And Chief Batiste brought home to the tribunal in express terms that in the middle of the night, when members of his community are running into challenges, deep challenges, when the safety of their children is at stake, when something tragic has happened, he gets the call at 4 a.m. He gets the call at 4 a.m. That's what he told the tribunal. They call me. We work through it. And the message being sent was dating all the way back to treaty signings and before, time immemorial. The people have picked their chiefs to speak for them. And how in the world we got so lost that other people decide that chiefs aren't good enough, I don't know. The question becomes, and I put this to you, if 60 million Americans can put a lunatic as president, and that's okay, who is anybody to question the governance of the First Nations? It is striking that this is really a battle about who makes that last final call. I get it, there's back and forths, but who makes the call for their own children? John A. Macdonald, before Parliament, said, and I'm quoting him and I mean no disrespect, but I'm telling the truth here. He called you savages and said the children needed to be sent away somewhere, right? That was the last time Canada took a position on your children. And we know how that turned out. So this agreement is your expression of your will on behalf of your people. And respectfully, that's exactly what Chief Batiste communicated to the tribunal. And the tribunal has responded by saying, we have an announcement to make, and you may want to invite APTN. That's what they said. Now, you don't say that if it's not good news. All right? And I'm not kidding. They actually wrote that. And the point being, they have good news for you, and that's on the 30th of March. So a very key milestone is about to be accomplished. Part of that key milestone is what I'm supposed to speak to you about. And the first thing that's important to understand is, for the first time, all of that discussion around remoteness is going to have a real consequence in funding outcomes. Numbers such as 120% for some communities in NAN territory, 120% adjustment, right? So under that Casino-Rama formula that Deputy Grand Chief was referring to, well, $1 meant $1.10. Under the remoteness quotient work, $1 means $2.20, right? Like, the adjustments are real and consequential. The adjustments are now being looked at in other parts of the country. I can tell you this because I'm giving advice in other parts of the country, and you are leading the way and people are asking about it. At page 8, and I'm supposed to do this. Here we go. Wish me luck. Oh, it works. At page 8 of the PowerPoint, we point out that during final argument, we referred to the grandfather teachings and how they fit in to the process before the tribunal. We talked about the role of courage, love, honesty, bravery. We talked about the importance of truth. We spoke to issues around how your teachings motivate your decisions. It is subsequent to that we heard, of course, that there would be a decision. Now, in terms of the implementation plan, and I'm moving directly to it, in terms of the implementation plan, there is a multi-year plan. Nicole Kinzel, the head of social services, will speak to that.
Miigwech. So for the department, we are organizing the implementation plan for the Ontario final agreement, and we've already embarked on that in a pre-implementation phase where Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse touched on us hosting virtual engagement sessions, so inviting communities, agencies, leadership stakeholders, chiefs of Ontario, and experts to come and meet with NAN, Indigenous Services Canada, to learn about the agreement and what is forthcoming. So on the screen, you will see some key areas that we will focus on going forward. So our goal is to support the successful implementation of the final agreement, and we will continue to provide information and support to the communities throughout the lifespan of the Ontario final agreement. So this includes taking direction from the Chiefs Committee on Children, Youth, and Families, the Chiefs Assembly, as well as any advisory councils, which includes the Band Rep Advisory Council that we meet with monthly. So the Social Services Strategic Advancement Department is interested in meeting with communities virtually and in person when we are financially able. So that's the goal of information sharing, answering questions about the final agreement and the forthcoming changes, as well as supporting the community's advocacy efforts. And as Deputy touched on, we will be visiting Fort Albany First Nation next week. We are planning to go to Wapakika in April and Neskandaga, and those are the trips that are coming up immediately. And so in those trips, we'll be engaging with leadership as well as community members, and working with the community on however they would like that to happen. So we will resume hosting virtual sessions to assist the communities in that pre-implementation preparation to create a multi-year plan. So this plan is due 6 months after the Ontario Final Agreement's effective date. And as a broad overview, the multi-year plan will require communities to produce plans for how they will utilize and implement post-majority support services, First Nations representative services, also known as Band Rep, as well as prevention services. And that will also include any capital needed in the community to support those services. Communities will be able to apply for that funding as well. So we have a briefing note that was handed out that outlines requirements that were distributed from bulletins from Indigenous Services Canada. And significantly, I would like to highlight that there is a bulletin deadline of March 31st to submit your First Nations representative services off-reserve funding for reimbursements for reimbursements for the period of April 1st to November 15th of 2025. And again, that's March 31st. So myself and Lyric Allen are in the room if you would like to discuss. You'll have that information via bulletin by ISK, as well as in the briefing note that was just distributed. And this is on the screen is a brief overview of what the communities will be required to produce 6 months after the effective date. So that is the First Nations multi-year plan and child and community well-being plan, which is the agencies have to produce, as well as First Nations investment infrastructure plans and agency infrastructure and investment plans, which is the capital plans. So we'll skip that. And then, thank you. I was just laughing of a deputy looming over top of me with his tall stature there. But I'd like to pass it over to our legal counsel. So Julian will, I'll pass it over to Adam. Thank you. Yeah. In camera.
Yeah. So now before we go into the in-camera session as well, so I just wanted to reiterate that I know that a lot of chiefs have a lot of questions and what's happening there. So we really like to also let you know that you know, we are planning to communicate with each and every one of you with respect to your communities and where you're at with respect to the roles and responsibilities and what are some of the areas that we have to come up with in terms of your community plans and working with your with your agencies as well. So we'll also be working with you know, the Grand Chief's office and also you know, Kennedy also has been very integral to this work as well. We like to acknowledge her work as well with respect to that and the work with the Grand Chief and the ORC and making this very this possible as well. So it's been a team effort, and we'll continue to work in those systems as well as we move ahead with that. So just like to acknowledge everyone who's been working on this file to push it forward, and the work's going to continue. You know, we'll be working with the executive on this, and also to ensure that each community has the level of support that they need as well. But yeah, like I said, this is monumental process that we're embarking on, and we really acknowledge your support in this as well. So I'll just turn it back over to yeah.
Migos, Deputy. So again, a lot of very important update, a lot of big changes happening, big things coming, a lot of work that will be done, all for the benefit of children, all for the benefit of children. Now, one of the challenges all along has been, and you've been saying this all along, children are our children, whether they're on or off reserve. Our citizens are still our citizens, whether they live in the community or they live in an urban area, and that the OFA has not included off reserve. And you've been very clear that your citizens are your citizens, no matter where they are. And so there's a potential option here. There's something that is being pushed forward to address what you've already said. I don't think we need to get into the discussion to explain that. We all have heard each other. We all know. But there's a quick update in terms of some legal options. So because it's legal and there's some legal strategy involved, we don't want government listening, obviously, media. So there's a requirement to go in camera. So I'm going to ask for a motion to go in camera. That means we turn off the live feed. We ask government, media, and industry to vacate the room while we're dealing with this. Everybody else can stay. So with that, can I have a mover? A whole bunch of, do you want to, Chief Batiste, Chief St. Denis, do you want to, let's say mover and seconder. We got motion on the floor to go in camera. Any opposition? None? Okay, so we'll now go in camera. Once we get confirmation